Hey everyone, I'm extremely excited to announce we have surpassed 50 episodes of the podcast. 50 episodes are done. They're on the YouTube page. That's 50 bona fide episodes of the regular podcast. So excited. Can't begin to describe it. Tonight is number 51. My guest for tonight is Anwar Anfield, good friend of mine. Quick shout out to all the new fans. I'm still getting new listeners across the world, across the country. We just popped in North Carolina and Tennessee, South Korea, Ecuador. Just some cool fucking expansion, you guys. I'm just so grateful and so thank you. I just wanted to start there and say a huge shout out, or give a huge shout out to all the new listeners, to all the new fans across the globe. Couldn't do it without you guys. Excited to do the next 50 episodes and make our journey to 100 episodes. Plus, we've got the specials out there and the Extravaganza stuff, the game streaming stuff, and the football stuff. Got some more news coming about the sports stuff too. So stay tuned for that. Don't have any specials or anything to announce. Don't have anything specific to promote. But this episode of the podcast is sponsored by Shooter Lube. Once again, join the revolution and go to shooterlube.com. With the new technology, the Shooter Lube 2-stage cleaning kit has you cleaning your gun better than ever. The solvent's designed to penetrate deep into the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents, and you can feel good knowing that you're cleaning your firearms with a product that passed military testing. Odorless, no water, fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA, high flash point, non-corrosive, and does not freeze. The Shooter Lube Extreme Weapons Oil, it's also different, you guys. First thing I talked about, that was the cleaning solvent. This is the weapons oil. With the new cutting-edge technology, they're creating a new level of gun lubricant and protection. It's biodegradable, non-flammable, non-toxic, 100% synthetic, low odor, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection, reduces wear and friction. Go to shooterlube.com and join the revolution by using Singer at checkout to save 10% today. And they are doing free shipping on all orders right now. All orders right now, and you still save 10% if you use the checkout code SINGER. This episode of the podcast is also sponsored by my own Patreon. That's right. We are slowly doing some more things here, but we do need Patreon supporters, you guys. We need the money. We're desperate. I'm just kidding. We're not desperate, but it does help a ton. It helps in advance of us monetizing before we get the channel big, just in case shit crashes or we want to upgrade or hire extra people to help, just basically make the whole thing better. So go to patreon.com/Jared Singer Live and check that shit out. All right, so today's guest is Anwar Anfield. He's been on the podcast before. Him and I we're doing some cool shit. We're planning some cool shit. Super excited to have him back on. One of my very close friends, one of my closest friends, one of my main motivators. I've known this dude for years. Give it up for Anwar Anfield. Let's start this show. That was weird. We didn't hear the intro music play. Usually I get an intro music cue that tells us we're rolling, and I didn't get it this time. It's a little weird, but I think we're good. I think we're rocking. You looking at it on your phone right now? I should check it too. I should check it just to make sure that we're rolling, but I believe we're live. So anyways, like I was saying, basically I just got to I think it would be really cool to bring, like, because you're my friend, right? So you don't look at me like a rock star or a podcaster. You don't even look at me like some dude you grew up with. You look at me as a dude that you used to mentor and in many ways still do. So it's different for you and my close friends and even peers. I'm thinking if I were a viewer and let's say my favorite band had a podcast or a band member had a podcast and they had me on simply because I was their number one fan, I think that would be really fucking cool. And because I run my own podcast and I'll do whatever the fuck I want, I'm going to have him on, but I got to figure out how to have him on because he's not a musician. He doesn't have all these huge, crazy stories going on. You know, he doesn't have projects to promote, things like that. So it's like, how do I bring this guy on without making him feel like a dancing monkey?
Well,
you know what I mean?
Have to do any of that. First, I mean,
well, I think I already have the answer to it, but I just kind of wanted to finish telling you that story. But
I think when you talk about having one of your fans on, I think it's a great thing because, you know, I think the more people fall into the realm of a podcast, what it does is it humanizes you know, people, voices.
Oh yeah, it's working fine.
You know, and by doing that, people love to hear stories. You don't have to be famous to hear a story, right? You don't have to be famous to listen to somebody tell a story or actually like it. See, I mean, a lot of that. So you have a guy on that is basically a fan of yours.
I want to, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like everybody has great, compelling stories. And I think that's one of the biggest things I've taken with me in life is, you know, if I listen to somebody, I'll quote something they said probably 4 months ago.
Sure.
Because I think that you can truly learn something from everybody. Now, it isn't about that, but it's about realizing that how interesting people are when they allow themselves to be people, right? I mean, you got, you know, personas, you got people who come on to any station and they put on an act. They're holding back something. And we talked a lot about that, even in the first podcast, about making sure when you come on, you're prepared to be yourself. You know, you're prepared to even though you hear an echo. You don't hear an echo. You hear yourself.
Without an echo. That's what fucks you up. Yep.
You hear the clarity. You hear the enunciation. You hear everything. But if you are just...
For anybody that's confused, he's talking about the fact that we're wearing headphones. Yeah. If you're just listening, we're wearing headphones. And if you've never done this before, it can be we talked about this on Anwar's first appearance. It can be a little unnerving for people that aren't used to it. Musicians go through this when they're playing their guitar in the studio and suddenly they put on headphones and they hear it and they're like, wow, that sounds cool. But singers talk about it. They're like, I hate it. I hate hearing my own voice. That's what normal people experience as well when they come on the podcast. The weird thing for you, just to do a quick recap, is the first time you were on the podcast, you weren't adverse to hearing your own voice because you where we met was bill collecting, and so we used to monitor our own calls and listen to our recordings. So you were used to hearing yourself talk. That didn't fuck you up. Is what fucked you up though is hearing yourself talk as you talked in real time. Exactly. That's what messed you up the first time. So just to quick kind of put it back into perspective for anybody who didn't catch the first one, and that's actually a great segue for me to do the quick introduction, which is Anwar Anfield. You have to be the longest between guest, meaning, yes, you've been on the podcast several times, but as an actual, because you came on the Football Frenzy thing, we did that, and we shut that down and we're relaunching it. We got some news. We'll talk about that later. We're not going to go into details, but we got some news about that later. But you were like episode 5 or 4 or 6 or something like that, or 8. You were like in the top 10, and we talk almost daily on the phone. Almost daily. However, between scheduling the podcast and your personal life and the shit you got going on and the things we're trying to work on, trying to get you on the actual regular podcast, I don't think I've had anybody who's come back on who it's been this difficult. So thank you, dude, genuinely, for taking the time out of your day to come and do this when it's not strictly football related.
Yeah, I mean, but even having these conversations, even being able to having phone conversations, what I typically call it is exercise of the mind. I think when you meet somebody and I think this can apply for anybody who's able to just be themselves, right? When you kind of go into any situation with somebody and you're allowed to be yourself, or you allow yourself to be that person, what ends up happening is you start to have honest conversation. And really, when you get into podcasting, it's the same thing. So we talk about a lot of things that, I mean, for lack of better words, are they really me at this point in my life? No, but they're things that I'm not ashamed of, right? And I'm not talking about anything dark and sinister. I'm just talking about American Pie things, right? Things that we went through as adolescents, things that we go through as fans. You know, I may be a pretty passionate guy, so I've been told, but I'm still a Viking fan. I'm still a fan of sports. But, you know, most of my time, if I had to look at life as a pie graph, I always say, most of it is spent on trying to better myself, better my mind, better the people around me, not necessarily consciously doing it, just getting people to just, hey man, it's okay to have an honest conversation. It's okay to feel a certain way.
So that's huge. What you just said, you said, you know, a big part of me is concentrated on bettering myself. That's always been a main motivator of mine as well. And my question is, and we talked about this on the previous podcast, but why is it that mindset matters to certain people?
Well, I think,
and why does it matter to you specifically? Why is that the thing that drives you?
Yeah, I can tell you, you know,
because we did talk about this before.
Yeah. A lot of people, when they explain things, they've never really heard that question, meaning they don't have an answer. But I genuinely have an answer to this, and I may have said this before, but if I could go back in time and talk to me, say 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it wouldn't be winning lottery numbers, although to all the fans, that would be nice.
Right.
But I would have told myself to not listen to what anybody has to say about life. So when you get into the baby boomers, the circumstances were different in life. Colleges were booming. They were almost it was easy to pay for colleges, right? When you get into the baby boomers, the golden age.
It really was.
Yes.
It really was.
Basically you get a job, right, as the oldest, right? Pay for the next in line and so forth. And there was a booming economy, right? So you got an opportunity to go out and get a job in your field and not be in debt, not be in house note debt for it. But I would go back in time and I would just tell myself, ignore all of that. The baby boomers, go to college. You know, they just love to say, get your education, because they never thought about this thing called self-education or self-educated, right? Because that's really what you're doing when you get into a sort of mindfulness of the value of information as you start to self-educate. And that's really what you're doing in college when you have a desire. So let's take a kid who's 18 years old and is being pressured to go to school. How much of that information is that kid really retaining, as opposed to the single mother who's like, I want to better my life, so I'm going to make this work. I'm not going to find excuses, because whenever someone has a will, they find a way. I'm not going to make any excuses. Instead, I'm going to go to school, and I'm focused because my life depends on this now. And so when they go to this college, they listen to everything. There's a difference in mindset with those two people.
That's so, like, just to put it in simple context, this is the idea of like somebody buying you a TV when you're a kid versus you finally get a job, you move out on your own, and you buy your first 50-inch TV. Exactly. You take care of that and appreciate that 50-inch way more than the 75-inch that was given to you as a kid, because you had to work for it. There's actual time, tangible effort, blood, sweat, and tears, some people might say, that you have into that project.
Yeah. And
I don't know why I just said project. I think I'm thinking project because that's where I get that validation.
Or goal. We could even say goal. Sure. I had a goal. I wanted to buy a new TV, right? Because nobody typically does it well, no, I can't say that, because I bought my first flat screen on impulse, right? I went to Best Buy looking for some speakers, and I walked away with a 55-inch Bravia. Oops, can I say that on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not giving me money, but they should.
Yeah, and it was
fucks.
Greatest to see. I loved it. But not to digress, but I give that prefix because we were told ideas. When you come into this world, there's a sort of the world has already made sense for you. And before you question all this stuff, you just listen to it. Even though maybe is this all there is? Yeah, I think Freddie Mercury and Michael Jackson had a song called "There Must Be More to Life." I think that it was a rendition, right? Different version of it. But I listened to the song, and at some point, I think people have all felt that because you subscribe to your parents' idea of the American dream, but it wasn't. It was an antiquated idea because now you fast forward time. And, you know, you look at the big banks, they basically subsidize the student loans. They've made it into a business. So you're $80,000, $90,000 in student loan debt. You want to get a house, but you can't because you owe this student loan. And now they take this student loan that is not eligible for forbearance or deferment. They take this into account with your debt to income ratio. And if you don't have the money to say, hey, I can still afford this house, guess what? Then you don't have a house. So that American dream of getting a house isn't there. All because it started off with these parents guilting you for basically 12 years of your life in grade school and pumping it into you that you got to go to college.
How lucky are we, you and I specifically, me and you, to completely different upbringings and backgrounds as far as culture is concerned, but as far as wealth is concerned, almost identical. Right? Like we were both poor kids. That's all that matters.
Yeah, early in life, yeah, definitely.
And we, both of us, didn't really have a lot of people in our lives influencing us on how to make good financial decisions as an adult. But we both, for different reasons, different circumstances, different networks, ended up in the collection industry where you don't need a college degree, but you get a frontline education on how it all works. Your credit score, loans, refinancing, deferments, forbearance. Dude, we got college level educations in finance while we were getting paid, bro.
Yeah,
so to tie it back in
internship to some extent.
For real.
Right.
And you just mentioned like, oh, college used to be cheaper back then. Now it's fucking 90 grand in debt. All these other things. And you and I didn't know any of this lingo. You're running through this information. You got to keep in mind, most of the people listening right now have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
But understand,
or if they do know what you're talking about, they think it's common sense, and they're like, "This is boring. Why are you talking?" Here's why: because this shit is not common sense. This shit is the idea that we've been talking about for centuries, which is knowledge is power. Now, my buddy Kevin, who you and I have talked about many times, I've mentioned on the podcast several times, him and I say applied knowledge is power. So this is what the context of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is why it matters, because you can know about student loan debts. You can know about a 401k. You can know about the stock market. You can know all these things exist, but knowing why they're important, why you need to prioritize them, and how to play those games, those are three completely different ball games. And none of us are financial advisors. We're not going to go into fucking, here's some stock tips, here's how you invest, here's how you do these things. We're going to just simply talk about, at least for the moment, the importance of why you need to understand these things.
But let's go back to, the original question, and I'll answer it. But I mean, and you brought up a good point about unapplied knowledge. Great book says, unapplied knowledge is pyrite, fool's gold. Right. So, to apply knowledge, right, is to understand how to bring it into the tangible world. So,
and sometimes you do that subconsciously and instinctually, like without thinking. But many times you have to practice it. That's what I'm getting at here.
You do it based on habit.
For example, you can see someone get eaten by a cheetah and go, "Oh, subconsciously, you don't have to think. Instinctually, you immediately learn, don't go into that part of the jungle because cheetahs are in there and they eat people." But then there's way more subtle things, like boil your water before you drink it because you don't want to catch dysentery.
Yeah.
Like, you have to understand that there's knowledge. You've seen somebody boiling their water, but you didn't really understand the significance behind it. Therefore, you didn't apply that knowledge, and you still got sick.
Well, you got to have repetition on anything.
And I have I have an ultimate arc where I'm going with this idea.
I would have gone back in time, and I would have told myself to first become aware of what passion is, right? What is passion? Passion is when there's a race against time, when there's never enough time. Now imagine doing something for the rest of your life and there's never enough time because time becomes such a secondary factor, right? It becomes so secondary because you just enjoy what you do, right? See, our parents, I mean, when you go back generation, each generation seems to be removed from this sort of survival, right, as opposed to living, right? I mean, Joe Rogan's brought it up a lot of times, and I think we've all agreed that, no, it wasn't utopia. It was hell back in the day. I mean, think about it. If you didn't have running water, what do you think it smelled like out in the streets? What do how do you think, you didn't have refrigeration, and you keep, generations move further and further away from that survival, as opposed to what we've done with our children now, which is they just live all the time, right? They don't have any responsibility. Right. They're not challenged in life. And so for them, they too, on opposite ends of the spectrum, don't understand passion because they're so inundated with dopamine now. So it's the opposite. You have parents who didn't have time for dopamine. Well, alcohol, that's always been a family separator.
For people that are confused, what is dopamine?
Well, I mean, when you think about dopamine, just think about a neural receptor that creates this feeling of I'm happy, right? Happy, dopamine, happy. And when but what I call dopamine is it's the more chemical, because typically we call it happy, but it's just more. Like when you eat sugar, it creates a dopamine effect in the brain. And what does it say? More. Dopamine is the thing that leads us to addiction. When you see a person,
well, it's addicted. Pleasure, right? It's your pleasure receptors.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them. A lot of these receptors, serotonin, you name it. You can go down the list, endorphins.
But aren't those all chemicals that stimulate those receptors you're talking about?
Yes, but
so dopamine is a specific chemical that makes your brain feel happy,
which
pleasure.
I don't even call it happy. I call it more, right?
It wants more, but it feels pleasure, right?
But
I'm just trying to dumb it down so people can understand
But here's the thing. When we think about dopamine, it's such basically, when you go back to cave times, you find a berry bush, right? You eat it, you get this dopamine rush. You feel good. It's
vitamins, like nutrients, sugars,
but simple
water,
sugars, right? All the things you like, simple energy, quick energy, right? Most of it is fructose. Well, it's made of fructose, so the liver is going to break down.
So dopamine is only a chemical released through food, is what you're saying? No,
I mean dopamine can happen from a lot of things, a lot of stimulus. It isn't just food, but we know that like sugar, we know that certain drugs, we know that gambling. So when people talk about addictions, dopamine is the quick. It's quick, so you don't have the time to say, "Oh, I feel happy." You don't. You just want to keep doing it. But when you enjoy something thoroughly, it's more than dopamine, right? Like, for instance, when you think about why people become addicted to gambling, it's the dopamine. It's because it's a combination of that and adrenaline. So every time they hear the noise, I mean, you go to a casino, they got it down to a science, right? You hear the noise, it rises crescendo style, and all of a sudden it stops. But it makes you think there's a buildup, right? So there's your adrenaline, right? And they give you some, and sometimes they don't. But what they're doing is they're playing on your biology, because they understand exactly that, there's a certain population of people that are completely mindless to this process. So they fall for the bait. Yeah, I'm going to win. See, here it is. I'm going and like 4 hours later, you go back down there and they're still there playing. Right. So maybe for someone who
I do that shit all the time, bro. Like I don't want to cut you off, but let's put this into context. So you and I are huge Madden players. I switched recently. Well, we are. Ultimately, we are.
It's there.
For now, we're in a lull. But ultimately, let's be fucking honest. We are Madden players.
Well, I think
what a Madden player transcends the game of Madden, because here's why. I switch. This is why my one issue with Xbox is they don't have a baseball game, because what I do is I switch sports games per season. So I'm done playing football because the Vikings aren't in the playoffs. I'm out of football mode. I'll still watch the playoffs. I'll still watch the Super Bowl. I'll still fucking do deep dives with you and Scotty on draft picks. Like, don't get me wrong. But when it comes to the video game I'm playing, I'm in hockey mode now, bro. So I'm on NHL 20 or NHL 21. Don't remember which one I'm playing. It doesn't really matter. And I miss the playoffs. I miss the playoffs in my hockey game. Do you know how devastating this was, Anwar? Don't pretend you don't know. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that and pretend you don't know what it's like to miss the playoffs in your video game. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to go through the draft real quick. And then I went through the draft and I was like, well, let me just get through free agency real quick. And then all of a sudden season starts and I'm like, all right, I got to go to bed. But you know what? I'm just going to I'm going to get through preseason and just see how the first 10 games. All of a sudden, and by the way, this is midnight. And then all of a sudden, before I know it, it's 3 a.m. and I'm going, right, but I know I got to go to bed, but it's game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I literally simulated an entire 82-game season and the entire fucking playoff bracket and most of the Stanley Cup.
82 games. We talking basketball or hockey?
Hockey.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Okay.
It's the same thing. No, they're the exact same.
But hey, I got to stop him for a second because we got to make a correction. But aside from this one correction, everything he's saying is true. What he's describing is the GM mode or the dynasty mode or franchise mode. See, what I am is I'm a franchise player.
Yep.
Because I love to.
We are franchise players.
So I can agree to that because what I enjoy about it, where the rush is taking. It gives you purpose, right? You take something that's failing and make it succeed. That's where the drive comes from. It's a great challenge.
That's what I was. That's why I brought up this contextual example into what you were saying, which is like that. That's why I sit down, because I get that dopamine response from I started this franchise from nothing, right? I started the Minneapolis North Stars. So I resurrected the Minnesota North Stars,
good things happen,
but threw them in Minneapolis, right? So Minnesota's got 2 hockey teams in this hockey game, right? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. And I had to go through an expansion draft and years of failure and misery before our team even made the playoffs. So I really feel in my mind like I built this thing from the ground up. I didn't take over the fucking Blackhawks who already have Patrick Kane. You see what I'm getting at here?
Yeah.
And not just you, but even the listeners. I'm trying to put what you're talking about in context, which is that never-ending need to gain a dopamine response. So we find activities or substances that give us a dopamine response. And then there's something about the human condition where we seem to lose control and give in to that dopamine response, like a literal chimp, okay, or a mouse, and we become addicted. And we become controlled by that impulse, and we become controlled, and we call it in the drug culture, we call it chasing the dragon.
Well, a lot of that has to do with the person who,
because the dopamine response never gets as good as it was the first time.
No, but
that's what leads to addiction, right?
Yeah,
is you're chasing the dragon.
On the person, right? Because everybody doesn't respond at the same levels, but typically people who are very addictive tend to have those those reward systems in their brains. They tend to be overstimulated, really, and very easily stimulated, which is why they, typically if you meet somebody with that, they're typically a chain smoker. If they're drinking Mountain Dew, they don't do 1 a day, they do 6 a day. Everything they do is always constant because they're always in search of that.
This is how you know Anwar was raised in America, because he's passive aggressively attacking me right now.
No, I'm not. But if the truth hurts, then by all means,
I mean, he literally said chain smoking. Because, check. Mountain Dew, check.
I'll tell you the first person.
All he has to do is bring up beer, weed, and mushrooms, and it's a fucking it's more than a trifecta. It's a 5-fecta.
I'll tell you the first person I thought about when I thought about the first example wasn't you. It was my older brother. Whenever
chain smoker.
Whenever I hung out with him, everything he did was always.
I don't smoke like this when I'm not on the podcast. There's something about conversating and this exchange of energy we have in this room when I'm in a compelling conversation.
I get it.
To just fire up smokes, drink beers or Mountain Dews or even La Croix if I'm on a sober October.
But what you're talking about is the
what we're talking about is this
psychological elements of addiction, right?
And we keep cycling around the drain on this idea of indulgence versus addiction, and what it really comes down to chemically, which is the release of these chemicals because we derive pleasure, aka what I said, happiness. You don't like that word. You're deriving it to where it just makes you want more.
Yeah,
and that's why I keep getting to this idea of chasing the dragon, because chasing the dragon is the idea that I had a really good time and I want to do that again, and the second time's not as good. The third time's not as good. The fourth time's not as good. So is what we start doing naturally is we start upping the risk. We start upping the ante.
But you know what we lose in that equation? We lose the understanding of why moderation is so important.
Thank you. That's right. This is where I'm going with this.
You know, but that's why we have to talk about all the levels, because again, the thing that, you know, I was saying earlier is by me knowing what passion is, right? Passion is informed by dopamine. It's formed by something a bit greater. Let's think about the sense of accomplishment. The sense of accomplishment is something that can last for days, maybe, but the sense of accomplishment is not met with instant dopamine, right?
Instant gratification.
Instant gratification, right? It's not met with that. What it's met with is resistance. Oftentimes, the things that we really strive for in life, we have to fight ourselves first to actually get going. But once we get the momentum built, we find something greater. We find an inner path inside of us that we find this timeless portal that we don't care about anything else but getting the objective done. Dopamine is different because when you done smoking a cigarette, you just smoke another one. This is different, right? This is something that, imagine if you could have a job in your life where you do this for a living. That is the information I would have told myself about.
What do you mean by that? That's confusing.
If I go back in time,
a job doing this for a living, doing what for a living?
Anything you're passionate about. But first, we have to define what passion is. Like, a good example is if I asked you, Jared, to give me a song that motivated you, right? I'd have to ask you that question. I could put you on the spot.
You did this once.
Correct.
I couldn't give you an answer.
Okay. So if you ask me,
there was too many to pick from.
I could give, but for
just for the listeners that are confused, all the right
reasons, though, right? Because that's what it's about. It's like how a musician, when you love music, at one moment in time, based on the mood, you might say this is the greatest song you ever heard. You might find yourself saying that weekly, maybe daily, because of the mood you're in and how this is pacifying or almost like therapy to the current state you're in. But when you think about this sort of passion we're looking for, a lot of people don't understand what passion is because maybe they've never felt it or unaware of it. It's like the first time you do anything, you're unaware. The first time I got drunk, didn't know I was drunk until I was sloppy, till I couldn't walk, right? You know, you got to begin to understand the state and how it's altering your mind to realize, oh, this is what it is. Now, if I talk about the first Rocky, right? Being an 80s baby, we talk about the second Rocky, right? Everybody can relate to the scene when Adrian says, I want you to do one thing for me. What? Win. And then Mick comes on. What are we waiting for? Let's take this, right? And then that music comes on, right, that we all know about. And you see Rocky doing one-arm pull-ups. And you see the passion that's driving this guy. So right there in my life, I can tell you, these guys taught me what that was. They taught me what it felt like to be motivated, to be inspired. What was different in that movie? He was motivated to fight now as opposed to expected to fight. Mm-hmm. So when you're motivated or inspired to do something, that's where change is found. So when you're always inspired or driven by passion, growth is sure to follow.
So but let's talk about the flip side of this, because this seems like, for some, common sense, for some obvious, for some a little virtuistic, right? Like it really does. Like, you know, like we can go from talking about this to seeming real David Goggins real quick, which to some people David Goggins is the biggest inspiration on the planet, but to the vast majority of humans, when David Goggins says stop acting like a bitch, he just makes most people feel like more of a bitch. So let's talk about the complacency angle and where most people are before they even start to come to these conclusions, because you're farther down the rabbit hole than I am, but I'm still on a different level when it comes to this train of logic. Like, this is the shit I have. Like I'm not gonna wait for the federal government to come in with fucking $2,000 stimulus checks. I'm not waiting or expecting Joe Biden to suddenly show up and actually come up with a solution. I was never waiting for Donald Trump. I was never waiting for Tim Walz. Like ever since shit hit the fan and before shit hit the fan, I've been ready and willing to go, all right, what do I need to do to prepare myself for not only survival, but to thrive? That came from suffering. Now, I think that's not a common path. That's where you and I it's really not. It's really not. No, I think right now is what's the common path is complacency. People aren't actually suffering. People are super comfortable. People's lives are fucking easy. The heat's on every day. Their fucking places look decent. They got cable. They got internet. They got a fucking smartphone. They got a decent fucking car. Everything's good. So they don't have any fucking motivation, Anwar. They don't have any risk. Like, and I don't want to go down some preachy ass fear of success or feel a failure path. Is what I'm getting at is this idea of like people don't realize how shitty being comfortable is. People don't understand that. They don't understand that my old boss, let me put it this way. In one phrase, guy who's been on the podcast, my old boss, Chuck, much like you, one of my biggest motivators, one of my mentors, somebody that I call when I'm like, dude, I got a business decision to make. I got an ethical life decision to make, right? Like one of those deals. This is the guy I call. Him and his partner, his partner in business, they run a business together. His guy, John, says, well, the problem is that guy got fat, dumb, and happy. He got comfortable. He got rich. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's so many people that we see do well and then get complacent and fall off. My point is, where I'm going with this, is there's so many people that already are comfortable that never even seek to achieve. They don't have a drive because they don't need a drive because all their basic needs are met and they don't have any desires. And I'm not talking about like, there's something wrong with you if you don't want a mansion. There's something wrong with you if you don't want a Benz. But it's like,
I understand what you're saying.
Don't you want more for your future, or your kids, or like your retirement, or your future medical bills? Like, no, instead we push for national health care so you don't have to worry about those things.
But this is where we get into
which is probably never going to happen, by the way.
Mindfulness training, but more importantly, understanding the very simplicity behind why you do some of the things you do. And it's very simple in most cases. So when you think about what happens when you form a habit, basically, to some extent, a habit is when something becomes mastery, when you could almost do it with your eyes closed. Driving to work can become a habit. So what happens?
You start daydreaming.
Or you forget your drive. You're like, was I going to crash? See, what you've just experienced is a level of mindfulness. It's like, wait a second. Oh, that's because I've developed a habit of driving. So in essence, a complete mastery of this path, this location. And the only time something wakes me up is adrenaline, right? Is a red light, brake lights.
Right. A proverbial smack in the mouth.
A stimulant that is
a sudden change.
Correct. A sudden change that is so drastic compared to what the program is used to. Almost like a hiccup in the Matrix, like the white rabbit or something that is out of the norm, and it wakes you up and you get a jolt of epinephrine in the system, and now you're aware of your drive. Now you're looking around. So the issue is because complacency is absent of those certain adrenaline responses, because what you've done in your life is you made the simplest direction, if you will, to exist. You made it so you can do X, Y, and Z with minimal effort, but there is a part of you that's always yearning for more. So when we talk about people being miserable, every so often they have a glimmer of, what am I really doing in my life? My life's going nowhere. What is it? It's because they stopped being challenged. They stopped realizing what a challenge does. Challenge gives you something greater than dopamine. It gives you a sense of accomplishment, which is like, a sense of accomplishment is like saying I'm emotional. That means I could be many different emotions in one. When you have a sense of accomplishment, it lasts. Okay, like the first time when you were 12 or 13 and you kissed that girl you always liked. That was a sense of accomplishment. That lasted for a couple of weeks. You're like, oh, you laying in bed like, I kissed that girl. Oh, man, I can't believe I did it. That was all you needed. You didn't need her to do anything else. That kiss was enough of a buzz to last you for 2 weeks. Then what happens? You kiss her again and kiss her again and kiss her again. What are we seeing? We're seeing the process of habit take place. And what it does is it infiltrates people's lives. And before you know it, the habit is running you now. And it takes a mindful individual to want to change that. So if you look at me as a guide or a coach, my job is to do that. So a good example is if I have someone come over, like if I look at my house, I haven't the faintest idea of how to, start if I wanted to replace the floorboard in my house. I can't tell you where to start, but I got Google, YouTube, I got all those different outlets to if I'm feeling like I can overcome this obstacle, right? But somebody else that has been doing this their whole lives is going to look at that floor without any of those objections and just say, okay, I'll do it. Because they realize once you start doing something, it's pretty easy. Mm-hmm. But you got to go through the trial and error of building that proficiency and efficiency at doing anything. So my point is, what happens is people are unaware that they need to be challenged. Because mindfulness, Krishna says that reflection is often greater than prayer. Okay? That means you should do them both. That means reflect. Look back at your life. And as you change as a person, your perspective changes and you look at those things differently. Overcome relationships. Go back and don't carry any of this negative nonsense with you, because all it's going to do is, when are you doing all this stuff? You're doing it right now, right? When a person is sitting there like choosing to hold a grudge against anybody, they're doing it now. So you're carrying all this stuff with you, and you're wasting valuable bandwidth on something you can't change. Mm-hmm. But first, understand you need to look back in your life and be like, oh, crap, I was motivated. Oh, okay. So now when I go back to 3rd grade, I realize it happened way before Rocky. One day I just said, you know what? I want to get all blues in gym. I want to get all blues. Why? Because it seemed like the right thing to do, because I understood that maybe I wasn't pushing myself hard enough. And what happened? I pushed myself. I got all blues. That energy was right there as a kid. Rocky just gave me such a clear-cut understanding of what it meant to be inspired by change in life. That's why movies are so great, because they take you down an emotional path so you can feel. Autobiographies, listen to every billionaire. What do? They want to understand how this person dealt with said stimulant in their life. They want to understand it so they can feel it. Once you feel connected, you can now, okay, oh, I'm feeling that way. This is what that guy did. He didn't give up. But when all you've seen in life, when you've had everything handed to you, when there's been no real challenge, you are unaware of what a challenge really is. You never had to go through one, and that's what's going on right now in modern society. A lot of children are challenged.
You're talking about arrested development.
No,
you're talking about the inability to deal with adult problems because you're too far into your adult life and you missed the skill sets and the life building skills to be prepared to deal with that.
Exactly.
That's literally called arrested development.
Right.
There's a hilarious show that everybody's heard of called Arrested Development, and every character except Michael is a victim of arrested development.
Okay, now listen
rich
to how you
and privileged.
Agreed. Now listen to how you heard what I said, and you went back and you found an experience that allowed you to connect with what I was saying.
Well, more importantly, for everyone to understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
if you understand
arrested development, right?
And that's what I'm saying is, like, I understood what you're saying the whole time. I could think of 1,000 examples, but is what really hit home for me is when I realized exactly what you were talking about, and then I was able to go, you're talking about a TV show that everyone's seen. So you're going super deep. We're thinking heavy. But if you want to see this concept taken to the hilarious and the absurd, just watch that TV show.
Yeah.
Every single one of those kids, except Michael, has no ability to be a functioning, responsible adult because they grew up rich and privileged. And this is what pisses me off about the idea of white privilege. And we talked about this with my uncle who was on the podcast. You called in.
Yep.
That's another thing we mentioned. You've been on the podcast a couple times. You also called in. You were like a third guest on a podcast for a while. Don't act like you guessed, like you knew you did it.
No, I thought you guys were done with the podcast.
You were watching the podcast and you called it.
Regardless. Yeah.
Regardless. We talked about this because the white privilege thing, as somebody who doesn't identify as white and somebody who isn't white, let's talk about why the idea of white privilege is not only disingenuous, but it's insulting.
Well, yeah.
And it's because let's start in the segue of where we just came from, Arrested Development. When you grew up rich and privileged, you have an inability to develop life skills, responsibility, self-accountability, and compassion for the less fortunate. Okay? So rich, privilege. Okay? Now, when we grew up, we heard a lot of commercials and a lot of campaigns about, what was it? Underprivileged kids. Now, suddenly, you and I are grown fucking men. Okay? We grew up both poor. One who appears to be white but doesn't identify as white. I identify as like native or Jewish or mixed. You're obviously not going to identify as white because you're a black dude, right?
Who says
like,
identify as black?
Either way, but you're not going to identify as a white dude.
Yeah.
That's why I said that the way I said it, right? I chose my words carefully. Where I'm getting at is this idea that both of us had to fucking scratch and claw to even get where we are, Anwar. And you're doing better than I am, but neither one of us are in the 1% of America, but both of us are in the 1% of the world.
That's right. Yeah.
This is what pisses me off about this shit, right? Is when we talk about the rich privileged versus the underprivileged, and then you throw in this idea of white privilege, you're somehow insinuating that white people have rights or access to things that people who aren't white don't, and that we are somehow less socially or consciously evolved. Because when you tell somebody they're privileged, you're straight up telling them you didn't have to struggle. I worked with this dude. He was a black dude, okay? I worked in Edina. I'm not going to say where I worked. I'm not going to say his name, but he was a black dude. And I worked in Edina, okay? He was the only black dude at that company. But guess what? He was also the only dude born and raised in Edina. And he tried to fucking actually stand there and talk to us about suffering. And it was a room full of white dudes that literally was like, bro, you're the most privileged dude in this room. Like, we know your parents. Like, we know where you grew up. Okay. We've seen your house. We see the apartment you live in now. We all make the same amount of money. We're all in the same class, and you're the only one able to actually live in this neighborhood. Do not talk to us about suffering. Your skin color is literally irrelevant to your class.
I think that's your first mistake right there, though.
But do you see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, but
like just being white does not automatically give you a leg over all black people, let alone any black person.
Well, okay,
what is more important is the education level of your parents, okay, and the income level of your parents. So you can have an idiot parent who won the lottery and still grow up privileged. You can have a parent who didn't graduate high school but somehow made it to the NBA and grew up more privileged than anyone. You can have a parent who doesn't know anything about shit and doesn't have a fucking college education, but became a rock star or a famous rapper or a famous pop singer and grow up privileged. So I think the two biggest factors are your parents' education level combined with their income and class level. Because you can have the smartest parents in the world, but if you grew up poor, you're still underprivileged. Yeah. You see what I'm getting at?
Okay,
money is more important than color.
Let me get something. Let's go into this here. So, it isn't about money. It's the way that your parents choose to raise you with that said money, right? It's the way they choose to raise you. So a good example, I heard Randy Moss talk about how he raises his children, and he was adamant about saying how they don't just get everything they want, meaning he had some understanding that they needed to understand what struggle is. Now, the issue I have, right, is you have to sit back and hear someone's story, not what type of apartment they have, not what type of car they drive, not about their parents understand, right, if they really struggle. Because what you find when you listen to most people's stories is if somebody can connect to a struggle, if you listen to their story, you can listen. Like, again, so one of the things me and Jared talked about on these mini sidebars we have is we talked about how people love to diminish other events by holding precedence. Okay, let's take the Holocaust, right? You have part of the people who say, well, what about slavery? It lasted for X amount of years and, et cetera, et cetera. I think what you should do is you should first not look to defame the other by trying to hold precedence. Instead, watch a documentary and listen to Holocaust survivors. I mean, really listen, right? Put your phone down and open your ears, open your heart. So military guys, if I have any military guys that's listening to this podcast, let's talk about breakfast. Let's talk about all meals. What can't you do when you're eating?
And just in case anybody doesn't know because they don't know your history, you're saying that as a vet.
Yeah, I'm saying it as a vet, right? So if any military guys are out there,
any fellow vets,
any fellow veterans or people that are in the military currently, right? The first time you're in the chow hall, DFAC, cafeteria, they set precedents. You are beyond hungry. This idea about being hungry is on a whole different level because what you eat is what.
So you're saying that literally the first time?
Yeah. So the first time you are there.
Explain this process. So you join, you get on a bus, you get off the bus, and they ruin you. They break you down.
What happens is because so many people join, believe it or not, well, at least in 2000 when I joined, or 99, one of those. So many people are trying to join. If you go in the summertime, you're going to have to wait in this place called reception, reception battalion, because there are cycles of basic training classes or, going on. So you have to wait. It isn't just like get there and you jump into one. So you kind of sit in this holding pod. You're there. You've gotten your shots. You've gotten all your, your gear, your BDUs and whatnot, and you just kind of wait. Well, then you get to meet your drill sergeants, and then you go to a 0 week of basic training, right? But, they're still not at you. And then week 1, right, they give you a taste of like what you're going to experience. And typically what they're trying to use in the soldierization process is fear, which is, hey, I don't have a problem with fear because, it's a good way to get someone's attention as long as the fear doesn't lead to something unwarranted. But in this case, it was the fear of the unknown, right? A hell of a motivator. So you're in the cafeteria. They've given you instructions first, right, of what you're to do. You don't talk to anybody. You don't look straight ahead. Instead, you do X, Y, and Z. You sit down, you eat. You don't do anything but do that, okay? So imagine, right, you're in this condition. You depend on these people because you are beyond hungry. You ate. Most of us didn't eat dinner at breakfast at 5, lunch at 10:30, and then dinner at 4:30 every single day. Unless you were Ned Flanders and Leave It to Beaver type, right? Then you guys completely understand what that life's about. Right? You guys understand that. Mom, where's my sandwich? We got to go get our lunch, You get to hear all that crap, right? But if you're not, you're adjusting to schedule, to routine. And what happens? The drill sergeant makes an example out of somebody, and they get kicked out of the DFAC and they don't get their meal. Okay? This can't happen to you. Because the hunger you felt in life, you don't know that you felt that hunger.
Sure.
Okay. Now imagine instead of kicking you out, you get a bullet to the head. Okay. So a lot of people can relate to that I'm just taking the military. One mistake. So already there's always an undertone of fear. Mm-hmm. Oh, crap, man. So what do? You follow the rules to a T. You understand the best way to go through this is to not have your name called.
Sounds like a lot like being a prisoner.
Yeah, to some extent.
See, because I've been a prisoner a few times. I was in boarding school, which was fucking crazy. I could spend 8 3-hour podcasts describing the first month of being in boarding school. But I also went to juvie. I also went to day school. And I also got locked up several times as a young adult. Sounds like the military is a lot like being a prisoner, man.
The first few weeks are like that because what they're trying to do is see who will take the programming and who won't, right? So the first part is the soldierization process. But we can all relate to this if you've been in a situation where you are no longer in charge of your own fate at that moment.
Can you back up and elaborate on that? I think you just said something that
process?
No, well, yeah, but you said, but the key phrase, the first part is figuring out who's going to understand the first part is understanding who's going to take the programming and who's not.
Well, yeah, like
what does that mean, and why is that significant for anybody who's confused?
Any zombie vampire movies, right? Every so often you watch a vampire movie and they show you like that guy didn't take to the vampire. Okay, he's becoming something else. He didn't take it, okay? He went through a change that makes him almost like a zombie.
Oh,
right?
like some Blade shit or some fucking, what was that one with the chick, the smoking hot fucking.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, where Underworld, where she's like, I don't buy the legends.
Yep.
The legends don't make sense. That's a horrible female British accent.
But no, I thought it was pretty good. All right, so before we don't lose, okay, so, kind of going back to what you were saying, there are people who understand, I don't have to listen to this drill sergeant. So go back to some point when you were in class in school and you had this weird impulse, right? It was just an impulse. It's like, what if I just yelled at the teacher and said, you know what? I'm effing out of here. You wanted to scream or yell or do something. That's an impulse. Well, these people, for whatever reason, they lack that sort of training or mindfulness to control impulses, right? So chances are they were probably medicated heavily in school, probably undisciplined. So for them, they won't take the programming. They're not fit to be a soldier because they lack integrity. They don't show it.
And let's just quickly, I know we keep just like you say something and we just keep going down a deeper rabbit hole and we're getting farther from the original point, but this is important. Why? I already know the answer to this, and maybe it'd be quicker if I just said it, but instead of me asking you, I'll just say it. This is significantly important because when you're on a mission, okay, there is one piece of altruistic wisdom that will sum up the idea real quick. Indecision loses more wars than bad decisions. The reason that statement directly relates to what you're saying is because if you find a soldier who doesn't accept the program, is what that means is he starts to question things, which means when he's given an order or during a mission, if he starts to question things, he becomes indecisive. He starts to question anything, logistics, morality, authority, ethics, legalities, right? When you're in a real fight, or if you're playing a game of football, which how many times have we heard sports analogies be drawn to war? When you're playing a sport, when you're doing anything where you could literally be injured, your life could be altered, or you're at war and your life could be ended, thinking is a problem. You need to understand the role you play, but more importantly, you need to accept without question the role you play. And that is the difference between what would the military call a successful soldier as an individual, as part of a successful army, and to bring it back to the sports analogy where we all relate, that's what wins Super Bowls. Every guy on that team, down to the 53rd man, who is nothing more than a backup special teams player, not only accepts and understands his role, but believes in his role without question. But when you got anyone in that chain of command, from a foot soldier to a general, who doesn't accept authority and challenges and questions everything, invites indecision throughout the process. And that person, if you're running a company or a band or a football team or an army, can quickly become a dissensionist, right?
It happens all the time, and that's if you remove it from the military, what are they trying to do?
And that's what I tried to do. I tried to paint four different.
And we can do that. If you think about what the military is trying to do, they're trying to say this is what it takes to succeed in this environment. We have a process. It's just like when you climb to the top, who do you get audited by? The FBI. Because in order to get this job, they need to understand every element of your character, because they've developed a system of profiling that would put what you think profiling is shame, because they want to make sure they have the right candidate to even go through with the training. So now when you get into
then riddle me this: how did Trump get elected, and how did Biden also get elected, and also how was Hillary ever a consideration? Like, if that's true, how have we ever had any of the last 4 or 8 candidates?
Because it's more of an indictment on the amount of corrupt people and the people who didn't pass the test.
I'm not trying to.
No, I
discount what you're saying,
what
but
saying, but even to your point, it just means that what they found in their background still met the qualifications to be a politician.
It's a fucking low bar. That's what
politician.
So is what that means is literally any of us can run for office.
Okay, but
back to your point. Sorry,
you are trying to form an organization, right? And you can use elements of what you see in the military. At the end of the day, this is what they put in front of you to succeed as a soldier. So when you look at Alabama, you look at some of these great, sports organizations or teams, right? And they run their programs similar to the military because everyone has to have their role. The great Phil Jackson did the same thing. If you on that team, you're going to play, and when you play, you're going to have a specific role, and that
role is vital.
Yeah, and the role is vital, and
it doesn't matter if you're Steve Kerr, or Michael Jordan,
or Judd Bushler, or Luke Longley, or Bill Winnington. You had a role. So
a bench coach.
Everybody.
Or a scout.
What was Tex Winters? He was the architect of the triangle offense.
Or the physical trainer.
Everybody has a role in your culture. Everybody.
Everyone.
Or in your system, right?
And it's a machine. And if you look at it like you said, the military, and I think a great analogy for any gearheads out there is all of these things run like an engine.
Of course they do.
And if you have one spark plug misfiring, the entire engine will violently shake back and forth. And you'll think your car is going to shake itself to the ground.
Or blow up.
Right. You're right. If you don't know any better. Yeah. Like, you don't know what's going on. It's that that's all it is. It's one spark plug
misfiring, right?
Yep. I think this is a great analogy.
No, but so going kind of circling back, you first have to gain a mastery of your own biology. And the problem is most people have this sort of innate level of hubris where they simply feel like they don't need any help. So what happens? Humility. So you talked about growing up with a humble upbringing. What did you learn? Humility. Because what did you see in contrast? People who had things you wanted. One hell of a motivator to see things that you wanted that people had. Now you can take that and say, you know what? How did you get that? And you can ask everybody that. So what I chose to do growing up, I always asked. I never was a quote unquote hater. I never looked at somebody and said, "Ooh, that guy thing." No, even in the gym, if I saw a guy with big biceps, well, what did you do for your biceps? I was always a congratulator because I wanted to know. I wanted his information. I wanted to absorb whatever he had for me. And I live like that to this day. So, but once you master your own biology, you start to understand, oh, I get it. I'm living one perpetual habit. Well, what do you got to do? You got to break the habits up. And easier said than done, right? Because you've chained all these things together that you call your life, but there's no real effort. And there's something inside of you that's saying, I need to break free of this. And so you have moments where you wake up and you don't understand what's wrong because you lack mindfulness to understand why you're responding. You lack the understanding of your own biology to say, this is why I feel this way. Oh, I get it. Okay, I've been drinking alcohol for 11 straight days. How come I'm having cold sweats? Is it because of menopause? No, it's not because of menopause. It's because you're having withdrawals from alcohol.
It's probably not menopause because I'm a grown man.
No, but nobody's talking about you. I don't know what you do every day, right? But this is just saying how people come up with these ideas that pacify their own shortcomings.
Right.
If you're drinking often and you have the sweats, just say, oh, shit, that's a withdrawal symptom.
Right, or I drink, you might be a person who has 2 or 3 or 4 watered down beers. I know a few people like this in my life. But it's every day.
Every day, right?
Every day. And that's more than one beer. Like we know scientifically, one beer
is all it takes.
One beer is healthy. It's good for your heart. It's just like one small glass of wine. But there's equivalence in these things, right? And is what we also know is that literally as soon as you go past one beer, so not a beer and a half, not 2 beers, one beer, as soon as you go past one beer, it immediately goes the exact opposite direction. So one beer is extremely healthy. Extremely healthy. One beer a day is extremely healthy. A beer and a half is 50% diminishing return. 2 beers, you're back at 0. Does that make sense? So like 1 beer, super healthy. 2 beers, you're back to 0. 2.5 beers, you're in a negative. 3 beers, you're in a negative. Does that make sense though?
But this is healthy with. We'll just say okay.
No, but we know scientifically there is enough empirical data that one small, properly proportioned alcoholic beverage is actually extremely healthy for you a day. It's extremely healthy for you. Like the data is indisputable, but people go, "Oh, 1 beer."
Mm-hmm.
Is what that's based on is like 1 Coors Light, 1 12-ounce Coors Light. That's not 1 16-ounce fucking Surly. You know what I mean? When they say 1 glass of wine, that's like that's 4 ounces, I think. Not 8 ounces. It's not an entire glass.
But do this though.
Does that make sense though? Like
okay, but I'm gonna have to slightly disagree. I'm gonna disagree because all you got to do is break down the ingredients and what it is. 7 grams. So when you look at the caloric value, and this isn't even to count calories, but you look at the caloric value of alcohol, what you find is that all you got to do is take the grams of alcohol, multiply them by 7. So 7 times, we'll say 8, right? You're getting 56 calories from the alcohol itself, right? From the fermentation process. And what else is there when you think about it? So, and I'm only saying this because at one point in my life, I chose to do a fast. I went 10 days on a pure juice cleanse, and I was feeling great, and I subscribed to that idea that he's talking about. I went on a date. I was about 26, 27, and I never forget. I thought to myself, okay, I'll break the fast. You know, I have a salad and a glass of wine because I was told wine lowers cholesterol. Wine is 1 glass a day, no problem. Could that be just the endorsers of wine promoting? Maybe, who knows? I won't speculate, but what I will say is from my own anecdotal experience, I took a sip of the wine. I don't like to play mind games with myself, so I sipped it and I said, wait a second. What's this feeling? Hold on. I don't like this. Must be the salad. Okay, I haven't had anything to eat. Took another sip of wine. And I got this perpetuating sense of awfulness that eventually led me to believe, oh my God, man, I'm drinking this alcohol. Well, what is alcohol exactly? In a healthy body, it's treated like a toxin because basically that's what it is. Now, if you build some tolerance to it, hey, there's no shame in that. But the stronger the tolerance, the stronger the withdrawal symptom. And then I realized in that same window, I decided to introduce Burger King. Now, I want you to understand. I didn't, you know why? Because
but that completely fucks your experiment.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. I'll tell you exactly.
It totally does. Those are 2 different experiments.
Let me finish. And I'll tell you exactly how they correlate. First, I decided one day, I hadn't had fast food, we'll say in 15 months. It had been about 2 years. Well, I remember learning about, like, for instance, Culver's, guess what? They use real beef. Wendy's, real beef.
Right.
Real beef. I just assumed Burger King did because, hey, you know what? I could use a Whopper. So I went to Burger King after a car wash and ordered 2 Whoppers. I want you to understand that I didn't go into this looking to demonize fast food. I wanted to enjoy a Whopper.
Keep going. I got to take a leak.
So I decided I was going to eat a Whopper. I ate the Whopper. As I started to take, more bites, I got this weird sense of, why do I feel awful? I don't understand this. No, it can't be. Nope. I'm going to keep eating. And
that's an indictment of Burger King, dude. That happens to me every other time I eat Burger King, though.
The point I'm making is when you smell what Burger King, when you go by a Burger King and you smell it, is that because they're actually grilling that meat and you smell a charcoal flame type source of it? No, it isn't. It's because of whatever additives they put in the food. Once you cut out impurities in the body responds exactly how it should, meaning they reject. A lot of people who don't consume processed, we'll say artificial sweeteners, tend to get the same response. So to help Jared understand the point I'm making is, I was aware that when I drank the alcohol, after not having it in my system and going through some fast, or I don't call it a detox. I did a 10-day fast, and I guess in essence, when you do fast, there is a detoxing qualities to it. It was apparent to me, this feeling. And now I don't question that feeling. I understand the body saying, hey, we don't need it. It doesn't promote anything. Now I understand, that, they'll promote this idea of a glass of wine. And I'm not saying it's wrong to drink by any means. What I'm saying is, at its very source, it is a toxin. And if you're not, prepared for those toxins, one of the things that happens is the hangover. When you start drinking alcohol and you no longer have a hangover, it is saying you've developed a stronger tolerance to this alcohol, so much so that you may become dependent on it for your own survival. And we're talking about basically what happens to alcoholics when they, and this is I don't know what he does in spare time. So if his own guilty conscience, this is not me indicting him. This is me growing up with alcoholics. Being around.
I love how you shift between talking to the listeners and talking to me, like mid conversation though.
What are you talking about me with this beer? No, I'm not talking about you. I don't judge you,
dude. When I make those jokes, they're self-deprecating jokes. Okay, that's exactly what they are. It's not me getting defensive. Have you met me?
I don't think he's getting defensive by any means. I think it's a joke at the end of the day. But
it's easier to make fun of me than it is to make fun of you.
Exactly. Be your own worst critic.
Mostly just because of the size of our biceps, but that's just like 1% of the reasons.
But understand, it's just that when you make this decision to gain an understanding about your own biology, you start to question. You start to gain this sort of understanding. You start to open your mind. So all these different paths in life are just designed to give you a layer of mindfulness and understanding of how you operate and how you work. No placebos, no, I think I operate this day, but real experiences that help you understand, oh, this is what this means, right? So what I'm really big on is first understand, if you want to succeed in life, you have to understand the science behind what success is, the precursors. Does it feel right? Am I passionate about it? But more importantly, do I feel that sense of accomplishment when I'm done? So when you hear about people that open these restaurants, and you know what they have is good enough. They don't need to go corporate. They don't need to go international, because they enjoy opening up and having one meal, and it is a packed house, because they're going to make their base from scratch, or their sauce from scratch every day. Because what do they put into it? They put a lot of love into their ingredients, the primary ingredient that really matters. When somebody handcrafts something, why is it worth more? Because that person put something in it that a machine couldn't put into it, right? So when you kind of start to understand your own biology, you begin to say, let's correct it, right? Like when you think about, so I always tell Jared when we have these phone conversations, let's exercise the mind. Let's go through an array of emotions, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of thought experiments. A lot. And my favorite thing, and I think I said this on our previous podcast, my favorite thing about our relationship and about our phone conversations is one of us calls the other one, and as soon as you pick up the phone, we're talking as if you've been on the phone for 20 minutes.
Exactly.
It's your job to just catch up.
Lights, camera, action.
Like literally, Anwar will call me mid-sentence. Like he started talking while it was ringing, and sometimes it's so out of left field that 5 minutes later I'll go, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? And he does it to me every once in a while. He'll go, you do this to me. You go, slow down. What are we talking about right now? Like, I just did this to you the other day. I called you, you picked up the phone, and I started it with like, so you're fucking telling me, and then just went on. I don't even remember what we were talking about. I'm not even sure it matters.
When I listen long enough, he always ties it up as to why.
And so do you. And so do you. And so do you. We do this to each other, though. I got this from you. Like I didn't start this. This is your thing. You do.
Look, my biggest issue is people. Is we got all this.
Oh, hey man, how you doing?
Yeah, fine. How are you doing?
Oh, good,
I'm doing
man.
Fine. What about you?
What are you up to? Oh, not much. Just mowing the lawn. Listen, motherfucker, I'm calling because I want to talk football. I'm calling because these riots. I'm calling because just get into it. Like Anwar appreciates the rock star time friendship. Like, that's the one thing I think why you and I have bonded is because, listen, I love you. I care about you. We're going to eventually talk about your wife and your kids and my wife and my house. And, because I don't have kids yet. But we don't need to pretend that that's the first thing on our minds. When we first come back, and dude, just get to your business.
Small talk.
We ain't got time for this shit,
right?
man.
Let's do this, right?
Gary Kubiak can suck my fuck. That's how I start conversation. Yeah. That's what it was. You called me, and I picked up the phone, and I said, "I will not," and I just started screaming about Gary Kubiak in the phone. And Anwar called me, but he just starts laughing his ass off. This was game 2 of this season versus who was it? It doesn't even matter.
The Colts.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It doesn't. He calls me, and I just I walk away from the football party and just light up this fucking telephone. And this is somebody who called me, but I knew I was calling. I love it. I love it so much.
So you go through these exercises because one important thing that people leave out is the gift of humor. So when you gain a sense of humor, you are able to create humor for yourself. I mean, what better way to pass the time? So it's funny because sometimes if I'm up in the morning time.
In case people don't know, that is the base of our friendship. Like, we get heavy. Anwar and I will go on. Anwar's never done, for the listeners, Anwar's never done hallucinogens. I have done a lot of hallucinogens, but we have a lot of the same philosophies, and it's just amazing because we'll go super deep, but really where our friendship started and built and is always kind of galvanized is humor. Because, not all this other crazy shit. No, not sports.
I mean, look, man, humor is
not manliness.
No.
Not any of this other shit we talk about. Not God. It's humor.
Humor is one of the greatest ways of ice breaking, creating vulnerability so that people can just be themselves, right? So when you go to a wedding or reception, right, that you're just like, okay, I got to sit, I don't know anybody here. What does alcohol do? It loosens the sleeves a little bit, right? So people can start being themselves. And what happens with that? People start telling jokes. They start having fun again, right? So look, I'm not going to demonize alcohol. Can be a great tool, right? Like, I remember one of my, real serious relationships being about 24. I had to meet her dad. Now, when I went and shook this guy's hand and watched my hand disappear in his, I'm like, okay, I hope this guy isn't about anything racist, because we'll see, right?
Because I don't want to meet him naked at the door with a shotgun.
Exactly. or just a guy with hands is, big enough to suck one of mine up, right? So he looked at me and he's like, why don't we have a couple of Long Islands here just to break the ice? And I was like, okay, my kind of guy right here. Okay, we can do that. And what happened? Had a couple of drinks and now we're talking. So again, these things can be tools, right? When you think about whether
is this your wife now? This is just a random.
I am not married, but let's make some.
I thought you were married.
I'm not married.
I thought you guys were actually married. I constantly call her your wife.
No.
I'm
not married.
Wow.
Right.
I'm sorry, dude.
But no, don't be sorry about it.
I feel like every once in a while you refer to her as your wife. Or your stepkids. I think that's why.
No, I don't. Kids to me.
I think you do. I think you've said
kids in life.
But I think you've said stepkids just like colloquially.
Well, see, the difference is
colloquially. Just so I understood the relationship, and I think I misinterpreted that as you guys being married. I don't know what
step is, right? So if you've ever raised anybody, whether you're with the woman or not, right? Once those kids in your life and you say that you're their father, I didn't grow up with half brothers and half sisters. If you were my brother, I called you my brother. If you were my sister, I called you a sister. We didn't get into
How come you guys aren't married? Tax breaks are legit.
Come on, man.
For the listeners that aren't watching right now, this stare down he's giving me.
I'm not giving you a stare down.
He's got just so the listeners know.
Between a dog,
he's got pythons like the size of Hulk Hogan, like they're 24 inches.
I want to stick to
and
heaven.
the silent stare he just gave me, and he's wearing sunglasses.
And I got a Paul Bunyan shirt on.
And then he just went, come on, man.
Like, look, man. Let's get back to what we were talking about.
Oh,
right?
That's funny.
We can talk about my life another day, but I came on here for a reason, and one of the reasons I came on was that's a great dynamic. If it's not broke, don't fix it. right?
That's cool.
The tax breaks are great when she is claiming single on that form. Just for all you guys who understand how that works. Okay. So yeah, that was more of the, come on, man. Like when you have a woman with 3 children,
I see what you're saying.
right?
So
she's single.
Hold on, you coughed at that though. So is what he's saying is like
I coughed on purpose.
if she claims she's single and then he claims her and all the kids as a dependent.
No. She claims all the kids as because.
Oh, and she's single.
Exactly, but she claims had a house, so she can claim all the children.
Right. Oh, and then you file your taxes single.
Yeah. And so what? Understand. Right?
I still feel like the math would work out better if you claimed them all.
Now you're talking about the guy who does people's taxes. It would not. Because her income, she makes less than I do. And if we're married, you got to combine the income. And don't try to play the game of going separate but married, because when the IRS audits you and finds you got the same address, you might be paying some money back. So if you're married, you need to file jointly so that you can avoid that. Unless you can prove you live in different households, you guys are separated, but you got to prove that. That's why there's more legality to understanding the term separated, so you can file single or married single.
So that you're talking some new tax code shit under this new version.
No, I'm talking about just in general, right? If you are married, if you're single though, guess what? You get a tax deduction. What is it? Head of house, $21,000. Right?
So how do we get back to where we were talking about that first time you're in the mess hall? That's where we diverged down this weird rabbit hole. Is that hungriness?
Listeners, by the way, I am sober, no alcohol. Matter of fact, I've been fasting. So he's asking some very good questions right now. How did we digress? I think because we have a grand old time, first and foremost. I do love this guy. Now, I'm sober, right?
I'm not.
He's not, right?
But to be fair, he was also an hour late. Put me out there like that.
Thought we talked about this. I thought I called you and said traffic. It
doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. But
Period.
That means I'm not mad. But it still means you're late. It's not like you just aren't late because you told me you're gonna be late. Like you're still
when somebody
late.
Calls you at 3:00 and says, "Hey, man, there's one. What was it? One road here."
It wasn't 3. It was 4.
Okay. Sorry, 3:50, 4. Yeah, probably 3:50.
Regardless.
Right? Okay.
Regardless.
Calls and says,
he
"Hey,
says
man,
I'm going to be 10 minutes late." He shows up at 6:10. That's an hour and 10 minutes late.
Look, you're changing the whole dynamic.
I'm just saying, you tried to call me out and say I'm drinking and you're sober, but I'm just saying you're an hour late.
You're leaving out things that are not defined as minutia. First and foremost, we had several conversations. I didn't just not show up at whatever. He called me like a female.
I'm just saying,
hey, what's going on here? It's 5:10, like he's some wife waiting at a restaurant. I'm like, I'm driving. Give me a time.
The podcast has been going on for an hour and 20 minutes. I've been going on in my own podcast for 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's what I'm saying. So I'm 2 beers past where I should be because you were late.
So
it's your fault.
We had already communicated I'd be running late. He said he's running errands. It's no problem. We had about 7 in exchanges, so I didn't just show up at 6:10. You see,
I did say
leave out important details. It's misleading.
Hey, I did say we're not in a rush, but I didn't say I would wait to drink.
Exactly. But we had several communications in my route to
I'm not mad.
Podcast.
I'm not mad.
Oh, neither am I.
I'm just saying that's why I already have such a buzz.
Yeah, but
because I cracked this beer at literally like 5:20, thinking like, okay, he's gonna be here any minute. We're gonna get started. They heard that. The dogs heard this, and yeah, and then whatever. There's road construction. I get it. It doesn't matter.
The podcast.
Here's the hilarious part is it doesn't matter. You were late. It was road construction. It's not actually your fault. The point is I've had an extra 2 beers, and these are not light beers. So yeah, you're sober, and guess what? I'm fucking not, bro. Like, I'm fucking not. So, I'm doing a great job as a bad interviewer to try to take it from where we were and bring it back to where we started so we can wrap this part of this conversation up, which was like you were starting from this idea. I made you elaborate on you'll never forget the idea the first time you entered that mess hall. The hunger you felt.
Why don't you ask me the original question?
I don't remember how we even got to
And
that
I said,
question.
if I could ask myself one question or tell myself one thing going back, right? The purpose of bringing that up is so that why are people unhappy? Why are they miserable, quote unquote? Why don't they know what they're doing? Because they don't understand, first, their own biology and how they respond and what that really means, right? Because, again, let's talk about your stomach growls. You were 2 or 3 the first time your mom said, it's because your tummy is empty and you're hungry. Is that really why your stomach's growling? Well, let's put this in perspective. If you look at your bowels, there's about 15 or 8 to 19 feet of food digesting in it. So just because you have an empty stomach doesn't mean you're hungry, but at a very early age, you created this idea that stomach growling, I'm hungry. So you've been conditioned to believe, right? Whereas when you fast and go through these sort of spiritual awakenings, you realize, oh, my stomach's just empty. That's all. It's probably conditioned to respond to food around this time, so it's just the sort of preparatory energy that says, "Oh, you don't eat a salad at this time, so gurgle." Right?
You know what poor people say?
What?
This is what poor white people say when your stomach growls. I don't know what poor black people say. I don't know what poor anybody else says. But poor white people, even though I don't identify as white, I identify as Jewish or Native or mixed. I said that. I got to keep saying that because motherfuckers like to take snippets and clips and pull shit out of context. But I grew up in a poor white neighborhood, meaning the trailer park. You know what we said? And I'm convinced this was some form of brainwashing, or they were actually somehow right. That's the sound of your stomach shrinking. That's what we were told. No. You're not hungry. That's just the sound of your stomach shrinking. Just go drink a little water and you'll feel better.
Well, yeah, or just...
And then that switched to Mountain Dew for me, which eventually switched to just carbonated beverages. Yeah. I love carbonated beverages. So that's why in that fridge I have La Croix. If you're thirsty, by the way, if you don't want a beer or a soda, there's La Croix in there.
La Croix, LaCroix.
LaCroix.
I just want to make sure it's the same thing.
I say LaCroix. I say LaCroix, but everyone else says LaCroix.
I don't know who everyone else is, man.
Like anyone else not from fucking here.
Okay.
Like people say LaCroix like they're sophisticated, and I give them shit, and I go, it's LaCroix, and they go, no, it's LaCroix. And I'm like, well, the company says LaCroix, and they're like, well, the company's wrong, and I'm like, okay, whatever, LaCroix.
Realistically,
and now I finally get corrected the other way.
It's all good, man. But realistically, like
there's one in there if you want to grab one, dude.
When we get into the idea of marriage, the reason why, a lot of any man that's been single, been married, or had to aspire for that, went through those same, we've all been through that situation to where you got pressured to do it, and it wasn't your truth, and you may have lost some relationships. So when I make that look, it's because, I understand what marriage is in America.
Dead stare,
right? And
going back to why I asked you,
every man can relate to the times when, their girlfriend, you're watching some movie, and there it is. It's marriage, and you're going to have that conversation with her. She's going to ignore you after that because it's the elephant in the room. And you lay there in bed with her, and you're like, yeah, what's wrong? You going to tell me now? Okay, I got to ask you 7 more times. That's right, because 8 is the magic number with you, right? Well, I just want to know what we are. And then you got to go down that rabbit hole, right? We've all been through that, and I think at some point when you date a mature woman, right, she's just about happiness, and she's understood the concept of marriage is an idea that she believes she needed. And a lot of women, right, come to that understanding that they don't need it in their life to be happy. And that's why you see divorce rates where they are, because people did it for the wrong reasons. Just like why people went to college, because they were told to do something that maybe their heart wasn't into, as opposed to the mother who, out of necessity, wants to make a better life for their child. That's how we talked about this initially. And by doing that, she's going to apply more brain effort and focus into that school as opposed to someone who doesn't want to be there. That's common sense, though, right? I don't want to insult the listeners. But what I do want to say is, but when you live a life where it's already been made sense of for you, just follow this pattern, this path, right? You're not allowed to discover and find yourself, right? And how many times have you talked about that musician who got kicked out of the house because this is what they wanted to do? Now look at them, because the parents had an idea of how this child should be raised, not the reality of it, not what this person likes, what they're passionate about. That's why when I go back in time, I would have told myself at 18, as opposed to coming to this realization at 30. I'm 39, by the way. But at 30, I realized, wait a second, this isn't about aspiring, because everybody's got this biological clock. You think you got to have this by this time, this by this time. And we fail to realize, but you're alive, the greatest gift of them all. So instead, you got all these different times against you. I'm going to be this age. I'm going to be here. I got to have kids. Got to do this. Drive slow, man. Guess what? Maybe the sperm loses some of its poignancy, but guess what? Look at Clint Eastwood, still pumping them out. It's never too late for you. Now, women, I get this thing called menopause. It's a little different for you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I just stumbled across some information.
But hold on. But what are older
if
women
you want to have
now?
babies and you're a man, stop drinking highly sugarized beverages. There's a direct correlation between artificial sweeteners and sperm mobility.
Of course. I mean, so that's why
there's a direct. So Mountain Dew, Diet Coke, all these artificial sweeteners. Okay, and what I mean is, like, I understand you just went, wait a minute, Diet Coke is aspartame. No. It doesn't matter. Aspartame, hydrogenated corn syrup, both artificial sweeteners. Like, anything other than regular organic sugar in high doses. So like, I'm pretty much off the Mountain Dew. Today's the first day I've been able to go. So since I found this information out, I went
Okay, so high fructose is a sugar derived from corn.
Doesn't matter. It's still artificial.
Okay, hold on. It was no different.
It's artificial sweeteners.
But understand,
it's man-made sweeteners. It's anything other than straight up cane sugar.
Okay, but
or table sugar.
That cane sugar is just it's makeup is a bit different, but it's basically 45 to 55, 45% glucose, and I think 45% fructose. Right. So understanding that the difference in table sugar as opposed to high fructose is high because the ratio of glucose to fructose is a lot higher. So most of these simple sugars, like, so when you get into the makeup of fructose and sucrose, table sugar, they're the same, except the ratio of fructose and glucose is slightly different. So the artificial sweeteners come from things that are synthesized.
The difference is what this study showed is that anything that man made as far as sweeteners or sugars goes, your body doesn't actually know how to deal with it.
Okay.
It's like butter and margarine. Butter and margarine are very, very similar.
That's different because one is hydrogenated, right? Made in a laboratory. Right, understand that anytime you refine something, you processed it. So whether I take sugar and extract it from the cane, what have I done to the sugar? I've removed all the fibers, elements of it, all the nutrition, and what are we left with? The white powdery substance, right? Same thing with aspartame or fructose or high fructose corn syrup, right? What have I done? I've taken it out of its natural state and giving you the very source. This is where addiction starts. Anytime we go into nature and create something and make a white powdery substance, I need somebody to give me a witness here. When is it not addicting? When? Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's an opioid from the poppy, right?
Yeah, I can't say you're wrong.
But understand, to your point though, when you make that decision to consume processed sugar, the issue is all the fiber and things that slow it down from rapidly hitting your system, they're gone. It's gone now. So you get these crazy insulin spikes.
But here's an example. Like there's a ton of sugar in beer. Okay? A lot of it's fermented and turned into alcohol.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's left over, which just turns into straight carbs when you digest it. Doesn't matter. There is no scientific data to back up, and there's enough studies, no scientific data that shows basic organic sugars have any effect on male infertility. However, sweetened sodas, sweetened energy drinks, whether they use aspartame or high fructose corn syrup, there's something about that artificial man-made sweetener that does have a direct correlation
I can answer that
between sperm immobility.
Okay, so understand something, right? When you go back into nature and you look at like a berry, right? Eat a cranberry.
And this makes a ton of sense to me because I should have like at least 14 bastard children with the amount of unprotected sex I've had. but the amount of dew I've consumed backs up this study.
Okay, and I can,
like if you want to have unprotected sex, drink a 12-pack of Mountain Dew every day.
Well, I mean, yeah,
for your entire life, and you're probably going to be safe.
So the question is, how does it lower the sperm count?
No, the question is how long do I have to get off the dew before I have a baby?
Okay, so going back to what you were saying, the thing that you got to replace that with is it's processed, it's refined sugar, right? We weren't made to handle processed sugar. It doesn't matter what source it's from.
But this shit, we seem to digest okay. Well, sugars from oranges, strawberries, like real sugars, we seem to be fine. There's no evidence to show that organic sugars.
Okay. So organic sugars in this sense is sugar taken from its whole form. So when I eat a piece of
or processed, but without some sort of scientific.
But we got to separate
like alcohol,
separate aspartame though, because that is an artificial sweetener.
And not only is that, right? It's also a bacteria off product.
It's a sugar alcohol, right? So when you get into aspartame, when you get into what sweetens gum. Right. These are things that the body essentially says, what is this? So if you eat
no, you're right. Let's separate aspartame. Right. That's a whole different conversation.
Artificial sweeteners are but you're making a point, and again.
But you're right though. We'll get there. We'll separate aspartame. When you go
to eating something high in sugar, anytime I've taken sugar out of its raw state, right? I've taken all of the things that slow down the process of digestion. So when you eat an apple, it's got about 20 carbs in it, right? You don't get hit with those carbs because you got insoluble fiber, you got soluble fiber that makes up the apple, and you got all these nutrients in it. Well, when I go into the apple and take out all that stuff and you have a liquid, guess what? Apple juice, not healthy for you. It's basically sugar water. What does
this is where they talk about the peel of certain fruits have more actual nutrients than the fruit.
Yeah, case in point,
like an apple.
Or an orange peel, for instance, right? An orange peel.
Or a lemon peel,
Eat some of the orange peel. Eat a little bit of lemon peel because there are nutrients in it. There are flavonoids. There are things
versus strict sugars that are in the fruit.
But even when you eat the fruit itself, it hasn't been processed. So when you process something, typically you heat it up, right? So think about it. Okay, so think about what a base head does. What do they do with that? They get some crack. They get some drugs. They heat it up, right? To get it into this liquid form so they can inject it directly into the bloodstream so they can increase the potency. They could smoke it, but right into the blood.
And the point of this, so I understand and I'm keeping up, is when you bring it down into its liquid form, you're increasing its potency because you're evaporating unnatural byproducts. So you're concentrating it. And then when you go into the vein, you're bypassing your natural body's filters. So when you ingest something or inhale something, they go through natural filters like your esophagus, your lungs, your liver, your whatever. Yeah. But when you go into, so you're concentrating and then bypassing to go into the vein.
70% of your immune system is found right in your gut, right? Because it is so important that what you eat isn't allowed to harbor or infiltrate the body with, say, a foodborne illness or something along those lines. That's why when you are extremely sick and you have diarrhea, it burns because there is I think the gallbladder secretes an enzyme that is basically sodium bicarbonate baking soda, right? And what that does is it neutralizes acid. But when the body's like, get this out of me, get it out of me, I don't care what it is, you bypass that process, and that's why it burns when it comes out because of the...
I get it. So here's what you're saying. If I understand you correctly, here's what you're saying. We're going to do a quick IQ test comparison analogy. Eating a coca leaf versus grinding it into cocaine, and then debasing it and boiling it into heroin or mainlining.
Eating a coca
is the equivalent of sugarcane to debasing it into high fructose corn syrup,
or in this
and
case,
then putting
sucrose,
it right, and then putting it in a soda. We're bypassing the filters. And we're getting a highly concentrated version that it's not a matter of whether our bodies understand what it is chemically. It's whether our bodies can handle that level of concentration.
And they can't see now. There we go, right? So understand.
Am I correct?
So this is why type 2 diabetes.
Is that the correct analogy?
Yes, that's the perfect analogy. So
you could go into the, let's just do this one more time. Slightly different way.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So you and I, random human, can go into the jungle and eat a coca leaf and get a little bit of a numb mouth,
you get a little bit of
and a little bit of energy, a little bit of buzz, a little bit of fucking hunger. What do you call that? Not stimulation, but suppression. A little bit of hunger suppression, right? We can get a little bit more work done and probably be fine. But then you grind that coca leaf up and you concentrate it down into cocaine. It's a little more dangerous now. But then you boil that cocaine down with a little bit of fucking something else. And then all of a sudden, you've got a liquid form that you're shooting into your arm.
Yeah.
That analogy took something that is very, very natural and turned it into a man-made chemical that will completely ruin your life.
Yeah, so, but understand.
We do that same thing with sugar.
So we're doing the same thing now with sugar, and that's why I say.
In the form of sodas, energy drinks.
Cookies, you name it, right? Because you've taken out something that was meant to serve a purpose in its natural state, right? Now we've taken out the element of addiction to dopamine, which is sugar.
So
right?
Again, just so people understand, the idea is I keep holding up this beer and saying this. We keep forgetting we have listeners that don't watch the podcast. So I'm holding up this beer and going, this sugar is okay. Is what I mean by that is there's sugars in this beer that are fermented into alcohol, and there's leftover ones that turn into carbs. My body can handle this concentration, no problem.
Okay, how's this for? Okay, so when you look at that
but
beer,
if we were to sit here and do straight up shots of whiskey in doses of this beer glass, that's the equivalent of what we're doing with sugar.
To some extent, but alcohol is different. Here's why. Because the body treats alcohol more like an MCT, a medium chain triglyceride. For anybody who's a keto person, understand that is a fat source that the body can use almost instant, right? Create ketone bodies for the brain, fatty acids for the skeletal muscle tissue. So this is why you have skinny drunks, right? Drinking alcohol
like me.
Exactly.
Like me.
Alcohol
like
does
me.
not mean. This is why when people say, okay, all right, so look, I just see he's about to get happy. We about to digress here, but no, good point. So whenever
I just needed to get a screenshot, so I just kept having to do this and go, me!
Whenever someone's in the process of trying to lose weight, right, it's okay to cut alcohol out, because what does it show? It shows a certain level of commitment and dedication, right? Because they're making a change in life, which is okay. But is it you have to? So I trained a kid doing keto, and he drank the entire time. Went to bars where, like, live music, and he lost weight because drinking alcohol. And so basically he could drink any liquor. He could drink vodka, he could drink whiskey, right? And still lose weight. Because the idea is you have to understand what weight loss is, and it's all about one hormone, and that's insulin. So when you consume a drink high with that's got a high glycemic index, you can tell because of how sweet it is. It's really that simple. Right. So what does it do? It creates a huge insulin spike, and our bodies haven't adapted to it. So what happens? They start storing weight, and from a hormonal standpoint, there's shifts that take place, and all of a sudden they gain a certain sense of, I think the word is lethargy, right? Where because they're lazy, this element promotes them to be more lazy and more lazy. It's like telling someone, hey, guess what? Why don't you run? I don't have any energy. Well, you don't have energy because you don't run. Right? That's how it works in that situation. All you got to do is run a couple of days, and literally the body will start going through changes.
So skinny drunks like me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So
we are basically a victim of our own complacency.
Well, to some extent though, but you're not. When you get into a person who's a skinny drunk, what I'm saying is remove the idea that you have to put alcohol out.
I love that you came on my podcast and straight up called me a skinny drunk.
You called you a skinny drunk, right?
No, you did, and I just admitted we were talking about me.
And I admitted I was talking about a kid who I've helped lose 60 pounds, right, by doing keto about 5 years ago. I'm a pioneer to the game.
So in keto, for him, what was he just cutting out? Breads?
Processed sugar. We wanted,
but he didn't have to cut out beer and alcohol.
He couldn't drink beer.
Oh, but he was okay with alcohol
because beer's got barley in it, right? In this situation, when he was doing the Biggest Loser competition, I said, okay, you can drink alcohol. It's got to be clear alcohol, whatever, anything, any hard liquor you can drink.
I was just going to say,
because the body's going to treat that.
Hey, I was just going to say, let me just jump in here real quick as a
No, go for it.
Alcohol professional. Listen.
So was he.
Listen. Do you know what the difference is between those three whiskeys and the clear tequila over there, other than the fact that it's whiskey and tequila,
meaning
like color
one could have come from rice. And
no,
okay.
right. Other than that, the color.
Go ahead.
They all came out clear when they were made. All of those whiskeys and all alcohol comes out clear. When it comes to whiskey, because it's all distilled, it's all vapor. Okay, so when you're dealing with that kind of shit, it all starts clear.
Clear, okay.
The only time there's color added to it, it is not carbs. It is not any ingredient. They add it to a charred barrel. And the literal
color of the barrel is what leads to the whiskey.
My man. Okay, so from now on, in your nutrition advice, never, ever, ever reference the color of the hard alcohol, because that is charcoal, adds color, but you understand chemistry, bro. Charcoal is not a caloric addition.
Again, any hard liquor,
right?
Is what I said.
That's what I'm getting at.
Dark,
but
matter.
A lot of people say this. Oh,
Not
just
me.
No, but I'm saying in your nutrition advice, when people say this, like, oh yeah, my buddy, you know I'm paying you on where my buddy said, I'm cool with clear alcohols. I'm telling you, like, dude, that whiskey, that Maker's Mark, that fucking Hibiki, the Toki, all of it came out clear. And the color was added through charred barrels afterwards. Charcoal does not add calories or any nutrition or any. So whoever, if you, and for the listeners, right? Not just for you, I'm sorry. I don't know why I've been saying this so arrogantly. For the listeners, colored alcohol, I think people, when they see colored alcohol, they associate it with Coca-Cola or colas in general, sugar, right? Clear alcohol, for some reason, they associate with like Diet Sprite. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we have some weird psychological thing that goes with that. Because that's completely independent.
So if someone were to ask me about that, what I would tell them is look at
same thing with tequilas. All colored alcohols come out clear.
When you're staying away, when you're trying to keep the body in ketosis, typically we know that the body's very sensitive to insulin. Problem is the amount of carbohydrates in a beer as opposed to that clear liquor is non-comparable. So when you get into the clear liquor, or excuse me, we'll just say liquor in general, right? It doesn't matter because liquor is treated differently. The body looks at liquor and says, I'm going to use this first. Doesn't want to store it, wants to use it. That's why when you think about people who are prone to addiction to alcohol, alcohol does not become a depressant but becomes a stimulant. The body uses it differently. They respond to it differently. Whereas alcohol should be, by definition, a depressive drink, but it isn't. Right. For me, it puts me to sleep, right? But then again, from a psychological standpoint, it depends on what I'm doing. It depends on what's already flowing. Whereas some people have a different response hormonally and chemically to alcohol. It hits them harder. They get more adrenaline. Well, guess what? Adrenaline is what happens when a person becomes an adrenaline junkie. They are seeking adrenaline. They are aware of what the power of now that adrenaline gives you is great. Right? When you're pumped up to do something, right? Whether it's working out, your best workouts are when the adrenaline rush is right there and you're using it right now. Right? So people fall victim to the same thing. And that's why I'm saying it all comes back to first understanding your biology and why you do things. So you got to you have to redefine what it means to have an open mind and start to just question things. And you'll find you're having more intellectual conversations. And as a result, you'll start adding more upgrades to the software, to your own brain. You'll start to change perspectives. You'll go back and you'll look at things differently. But first, understand your biology. Understand why is it important to gain a sense of humor? Because when you think about what humor does for the body, it's extremely healthy. But now, if you ask the average person, give me one movie, give me one clip that you can watch right now and you'll laugh at. If I ask Jared to do that, he'll struggle because he'll have so many. No,
I have a million right now.
I'm saying he'll have so many of them that we'll have a whole sidebar conversation, a whole podcast about check this out, check that out. That's my point. Struggle for all the right reasons because he has such an in-tune sense of humor. Now, when you talk to people that don't have this, ask them. So they're not even aware how to trigger that sense of that part of their brain. Yeah,
or they just give you a canned answer.
But
Animal House.
What I'm saying is if I ask a person who can relate, they'll probably want to show you and they'll probably laugh as they're showing you, right? Like, whoa, hold on, watch this, hold on. Oh my God, wait for it, right?
Like when I sent you, dude, you were,
you know, like
you weren't even, dude, you weren't even. So Anwar was just to set this up. Anwar was gonna be on the New Year's special, and you didn't make it. Doesn't matter why.
Don't tell me you showed him the infamous.
That's how we started it.
Okay, look.
But I sent this to Anwar, and I was like, dude, this is how I'm going to start the special. He already forgot that. The clip is so funny. You know what? We're playing it.
Okay, look. Okay.
We're playing it. I'm finding it, and we're playing it right now.
Look.
You keep talking. You set it up.
When you listen
you set
to
the clip
end,
up.
There's a guy who makes reference to, what is that noise? Right? What's going on with the music? He doesn't know that some guy has a microphone about 7 inches down their throat and are maybe in shock about the whole thing, right? Some level of shock. This guy's like, there's a microphone in the back of my throat. So what does he do? I guess he tries to cough it out. And okay, if anybody can see this monitor, you see this cord right here? This cord was hanging out of his mouth, almost like a sausage to a string to a sausage. Right,
now
it was just hanging out.
No. In real world, because the camera's on both of us, we're both using the same microphones. It's easier to see on your camera. Okay. So just hold your hand out.
I'm gonna hold my mic. Okay, look.
Do this.
Wait. Okay,
but your angle's better. And then tell them how long this distance is.
Let's do this. Okay. First of all, I want you to look at how. If I wanted to put my mouth around this, right? It's going to take some work. Now, I lack the overall proficiency.
Do it again. I laughed. Do it again.
Right?
I laughed.
But I'm going to try to do it, right? I lack the proficiency for this sort of thing right here. I'm not used to deep throating anything. That's a good problem to have. For a heterosexual male, no offense to anybody. Okay. All right. So, look. Okay. So, that is me, like, feeling jaw muscles strain by doing it, right?
Yeah, I can go a little farther. Let me see if I can angle this right. Hold on, though. I want to see it for the camera. Jared? For the camera, though. Hold on, though. I'm in the same boat, but it takes work. Like, I have to really go out of my way. Really. Like, there's no natural situation. There's no natural situation where I would ever have my mouth open this wide, except if I was screaming at somebody and I go like this.
Right?
Not even. I go like this. I'm going to fucking kill you. Like, that's the only word. And I have to be screaming it at the, that hurt. That actually almost chipped a tooth just now. That almost chipped a tooth just now. So go back
to the first voice again. Go back to that one.
That one?
Do you want to take our pill now? I mean, like, literally.
I really did almost just chip my tooth.
No. Okay.
And we're explaining this in detail, and the camera's flipping. If you guys are just listening, you need to go to the YouTube and watch this episode in this spot, timestamp it, figure out where you're listening, and come check it out.
It's like 47 seconds.
Because we're trying to show you these mics. These are not small mics. These are 8 inches long. Hold on. Yeah, that's about 8 inches. They're about 8 inches long, and the circumference of the top of this thing to get in your mouth. Now, we've set up the improbable circumstances.
Now, you can show this on your channel.
Yeah. Without getting flagged, yeah. Okay. This one won't hurt me, and it's worth it. So we're doing it.
All we're gonna do, look, if anybody is still watching, I hope you are, and I hope you.
If you're just listening, timestamp it. Go to our actual YouTube page and watch this clip, because I am gonna share it. I am gonna show it on screen, and I am gonna share the audio, so you're gonna hear us reacting to this. Anwar already knows what's going to be playing. This is how we started the New Year's extravaganza. So you can also go back and watch that episode. I'm sorry, dude. I have to just double check that all this is set up right so they can actually hear it. Hold on. Let me make sure here. We're on the wrong one. Good thing I checked. Okay, there we go. Okay. So we're on. They're going to be able to hear it. All right, let's go full screen here. Share TV. All right. And they should be able to hear this just fine. All right. So, like we talked about, now, actually, hold on. Let me do this one. I think this is how we want to do this. Hold on. Let me just double check this real quick. Nope. This is the one we want. There we go. Okay. All right. So here we go. So they can see us, but we're in like the bottom corner, Anwar. They can hear us, and they should be able to hear this now. Okay, you ready? Oh, but we can't hear it. What's going on? I don't know if they can hear it. Shit. Hold on. Amateur hour. Hold on, guys. Give me a second here. This might be worth it. I think this is worth it. Hold on. Okay, we're good there. Hold on. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want that. We're good here. How come we don't hear it? What's going on here? On the video's playing, but you're not hearing it, are
you? You're gonna turn this.
I know what's happening.
Come on, man. Let's not make this anticlimactic here. That's fine. We've heard it, right? We can play the narrative in our head.
Had this figured out. Because we don't. Everything is the boom. That entire microphone has been deep throated down this man. No mic, you guys.
You can even see drool coming out of his mouth too, right?
There's no microphone.
No microphone.
The whole fucking microphone.
Hold up, talk. You held on to this thing about how angry he was at this mic stand. Is that what a mic stand? Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, this is the boom.
Okay.
It's a mic stand.
Okay.
Boom style for I want you. How happy he is. Look at the joy on this man's face. Absolute, ever loving fuck. Boom! Just got deep throated. Look at the whole clip. The whole clip is in his mouth. You guys can see it. That means.
Well, you know what?
I'm gonna take my shit out of the
Yeah, but even take this off right here,
the microphone
right?
And this clip also in his mouth.
Do me a favor though,
this
Jared.
Clip right here.
Take this off right here, right? And you can really see, like.
Yeah, they can see it.
Right.
Yeah, they can see that. All of it. All of the parts are in his mouth right now. Watch him. He doesn't really understand what happens here. So he grabs the boot mic stand, shoves it away with so much spite. He goes like this. He goes, huh. Only he doesn't, for some reason, doesn't realize that the mic is no longer in. So much anger and spite, like, get it away from me. But the mic is still all the way in him. Okay, now you can clearly see right here, in this fucking spot, the microphone is in his mouth and the cable is right here. Okay, you can see all these things. I could probably lift a person that holds the cable in. They are so strong. All he has to do is grab this fucking cable.
Let's see if we can.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Listen, I'm pretty sure they can.
You can hear it okay.
I'm pretty sure they can. Registering.
Fair
You
enough.
guys have to watch it. Go type in. I'll spell it wrong.
Just put microphone accident, man. That's all you got to do.
Microphone accident.
It'll come up.
Right.
You know, and I guarantee.
This isn't even new.
No.
I don't want to know if this guy. There's so many things that went wrong. Cars that had.
Yeah. Now look, we got started down this rabbit hole because we were talking about humor, man, and how. Yeah, and this is like one of many things that we can laugh about. Exactly. One of many things. So if you can't even understand how to make yourself laugh, right? Something very simple to do, and to recognize when it's not, because that's when you have to fix things. When you can't, when nothing's funny, right? You know what a sense of humor is. So typically you got something you're holding on to, and you have to let that go. And I think what happens to a lot of people is they start going to therapy because they've convinced themselves that they don't have anybody to talk to. Hey, maybe the circumstances prove that they don't, right? They don't have friends. So they pay for somebody just to hear their problems. Okay. And that's really what therapy is to some extent. Solutions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Oh yeah. Right. There we go. Okay. So, solutions, right? They're all subjective. If you choose to believe them and you apply them, a lot of solutions work, right? Answers may vary, right, to a lot of the problems you have in life. But by just being allowed to express your opinion is a form of therapy. So what do? We know that it's unhealthy to compartmentalize how we feel about things. So we talk about them, right? And, getting back to just the understanding, okay, so that's what I do. So if you ask somebody, give me a movie that motivates you. Some people can't answer the question. Give me something that's funny.
Rocky IV, Back
right?
to the Future 2.
Exactly.
Terminator.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, yeah.
Turtles 2.
I like the first one better.
Karate Kid 1 and 2.
And 3 even.
How many do I need to list?
I mean,
motivational movies?
Motivational.
Songs you'll catch me on them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, motivate me?
let's use the word inspired, right?
Because any music inspire me or motivate
Okay.
me, given then like if you're talking workout music.
No. I won't even say workout. Just
I only got 2 songs off the top of the dome, right? Start my heart.
Mm-hmm. Now let me ask you this question, right?
And then
Let me ask you this though. So imagine "Kickstart My Heart" by Motley Crue. Okay, imagine if in a movie somebody was creating some type of training montage to these songs. Yeah, how many kids would associate that? So all you're using,
they'll associate it when I put it in the movie.
Exactly, right? So I'm saying this because
that's how we got
you. Yeah. You can't teach somebody how to be motivated. They have to discover it on their own, right? Agreed, right? You can't teach someone that. They have to become aware of how it works within them. So I got to watch this movie and say, oh, I get it. I understand what's going on.
Bigger point is one dude.
So, but my
potentially one guy found that song. This is the song behind our movie montage. Spawned an entire 3 generations of people that when they went out.
Exactly, right? And I still use it, right? Matter of fact, I take it a step further. It is. I take it a step further and I watched the Rocky 3 opening. So I get all of it. I get first him fighting, right? Apollo. Okay, for me, it's all of them.
For me, it's the most like these.
He is not human. He's built like a piece of iron. Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm that version of Rocky right there.
You want to be Teflon.
I got my bigger.
He kept coming back.
Break.
Yeah.
Not even a. Fight.
You got heart.
Real fight. Guess what? I'm breaking.
Mm-hmm.
Russian. I was. That was the. I had been
okay.
So long.
Yep.
Until that point. Long.
So let me ask you this though, okay? So now that you understand that that's what you need, all you have to do when you want to feel. So what's the purpose of feeling? I'm gonna say inspired, right? When you feel inspired to make it.
I had to suffer.
Well, yeah, but that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is, but right now, if you wanted to channel that sort of hormonal or chemical change that will come over the body when you watch it, all you have to do is watch it. Is my point. If I want to laugh at something, I know what I could type in to laugh. But it's even so much so I wake up in the morning time and I'm laughing about pranks I saw on TV years ago because I'm close to that element of myself, humor. I love laughing. It's healthy for me. That's what I wake up in the morning. I don't need any visual aid, right? Yeah, but then you know what happens sometimes even, you watch it enough, it's not as funny, but you know what happens? Once funny, always funny. You'll turn it on again for 2 months later and you'll laugh. No, but if you don't watch, okay, but like I haven't watched that. I might go back and watch it again after a week and just laugh at it. My point is you can always find things that trigger. The more you understand yourself, the more you can say, I want to laugh. This is how I can do it. I understand what stimulants I need, right? I need to be motivated. So what am I going to do? Now, what is the fulcrum? What is the spark that lights it all? Humility, looking at your life and saying, I want to change, and I'm not going to hate that person for where he's at. Instead, I'm going to do something about it. It's okay to hate yourself for that moment, but only for the sake of the starting of the trial and error to perfect yourself. So there's no issue at all with feeling that for a moment. There's no issue with saying I'm a failure, because at that moment you're vulnerable and you're going to be more receptive to hear a message given directly to you. You're going to watch a movie differently. Maybe even though you got motivated by Rocky 4, maybe the part where he's driving in his car and hearing the final countdown, maybe it's going to have something different. Maybe it's traumatic times in life. When my dad got locked up, Dr. Dre had just come out with the Chronic 2003, I believe, and there's a song called Big Egos, right? And I used to play that song in the morning time when I would run. I loved it. It had this kind of serious beat to it. You got Dre's piano, that the signature Dre sound. So there is an array of things I can use when it's time for me to say I got to get motivated. But the first thing I got to do is be prepared. So what I learned from all these books I read, that typically people who succeed, they wake up with some type of plan. They have some type of structure in their lives. They have some way of managing their time to optimize the most out of their day. And this is a discipline they create every single day. So there's that element. There's a discipline that goes into sort of a lifestyle. And what they do is they go on conquest to create more expansion in the brain. If it isn't learning, they develop the passion for learning. So when we talk about this, we just missed the memo in our generation. We didn't get a ton of mindful understanding. Be still and know that I'm God. Listen to your own thoughts. Listen and dissect. Change your perspective and notice how the views change. Case in point, when I was 13, I saw Forrest Gump. I think I said this in the last podcast, so I'm going to save it. But watching this, okay, so the first time I saw Forrest Gump was about 13 when it came out, 12 or 13. I didn't understand what was going on in Jenny's dorm room. Didn't understand. Then I saw it again when I was 19, and it took me about 15 seconds to understand everything from the context of their conversation. Oh, Forrest, you're a virgin. Well, we've been lifelong friends. I kind of been something to you. I'm going to give you your first orgasm. So she gave him a hand job, and what happened? He says he thinks he peed his pants because he came. I knew what was going on. Exactly. I knew what was going on in the first 15 seconds because my perspective had changed as a person. So how I saw things in the past changed. And that's why I'm saying growth oftentimes equals a reevaluation and a different perspective on how you look at your life in the past. And that's where change is. Your perspective, the events will never change, but the observer, the person who is looking back at those memories, they change. And that's where growth is. You're like, wait a second. Oh my God. A good example is my dad. I grew up the first 6 years of age 6 to about 11. I was living in Dayton, Minnesota. I saw all these kids doing fun things in my environment, like playing catch with their dad, going to movies, doing fishing. So naturally, because we're products of our environment, that's what I was looking for. And whenever my dad didn't do this, I said he failed, right? But my dad, he'd say, hey, boy, come on, let's go for a ride, man. I didn't want to go for a ride. I wanted to do all these things. So in my life, he failed me until I realized what he was willing to do. He was willing to give me his undivided attention. That's what attention is. That's what quality time is. And when I got older, I realized it was all the same. Whether my dad was going to take me to a movie or go-kart riding, like how many people here are in a relationship and you go out to eat and you're just going through the motions? There's no real contact. There's no connection. There's no real conversation. You're just doing it so that for the ego, so she can post on social media out to eat with the hubby. And you can look at the game and she can look around at everybody but you. But realistically, there's no real experience in that. Right? Correct. There's no connection. So what happens when you have a relationship with anybody, male, female, friends, best friends, girlfriends, boyfriends? You have a relationship that is geared on communication because communication is how you fortify the bond. So if you can't communicate with somebody, it's hard to grow with that person. So I understood my dad was willing to give me that opportunity to connect with him. And then I realized it's all really the same. Whether we want to go ride a go-kart, do anything, he was willing to give me his undivided attention. But it took me to get to a certain age to go back at that situation and look at that perspective and change it and say, oh my God, I've been wrong this entire time. So that's why I'm a prime believer that when you want to change, when you want change in life, it's you who has to change. I had a great conversation with my older brother today, and we talked about some things relative to politics. I won't dive deep, but what I said is, The problem is people don't understand the rules of engagement to the games that the elitists play, right? We didn't learn that in school, but guess what? We got this information highway. We can understand the rules, but more importantly, what we can do to change. We just had a great conversation because you listen to what's the word I'm looking for when someone feels that there's no change? Despair. There's another word for it. There's no way, and I'm like, there is. It's called becoming informed and talking to other people. So a good example is if I want change in my own environment, I pay property tax for my property that exists in a county, right? And because of that, I get a chance to have a say-so over what takes place in the land that I pay property tax in. Now, do I know that I can go to town hall meetings? If so, when do they occur? Do they solicit those meetings, or do I got to go look for them, right? Because now, right, exactly what the meeting's about, right? So what I could do, though, so knowing my power, right, if I felt like I had some very pragmatic or practical means of change, enough people could listen to me and say, hey, I like what he's about. And if I wanted to, I could run for mayor, or I could listen to somebody who's about the same ideals, and he could, and if he is about the same thing, he could in turn run for mayor. The problem is when that sort of root of all evil seems to rear its ugly head, which creates corruption, what happens to him? He can be bought. So even though he claims he's got an agenda, he's got to, in order for him to get in this position, because it's so expensive for him to do it, which it shouldn't be. So when you think about other countries, like for instance Canada, there's a certain limitation or cap that you can put on lobbying for, say, a politician, right? You can't do it for a reason, so that way you don't create unfair advantages. But what ends up happening is that sort of habit, that sort of ritualistic behavior takes place on every level. And by the time you get up to the higher levels, it's so expensive to take that pursuit, you can't afford it. When realistically, it shouldn't be, because people who have deep pockets but ill intent are looking to support you, because if their intent is ill, their recourse, their plan of action will also be the same. And it's because at this point, anything can be bought. Great documentary right now on ESPN is about SMU. It goes through the same thing. What I learned about big college programs is they all pay. They all pay, except when you get to the very top, you can just pay. But if you come in, so SMU is a school out in Texas, right? And what happened? They had a lot of boosters that had oil money. So we're talking about filthy paid. All of a sudden, they start landing recruits like Eric Dickerson. They're ranked. The good old boys get together and they talk and they form a bigger group. And guess what happens? Sanctions are handed down to SMU, but they're just doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing these bigger organizations are doing. But guess what? You won't be bigger than us because we were here before you and we feel entitled to this. So we're going to get you out. Even though we gave this guy a car and did this, we're going to get you busted now. And we're going to all band together and keep you out. And SMU's been paying for it ever since. They have not been the same organization for almost 30 years because of the same corruption that takes place. So when we get into this understanding about what me and my brother were talking about, first you have to start basic. You got to start. And you got to understand the rules of engagement. What's really going on? To see the corruption and where it takes place. But if you're willing to say, I feel hopeless, there's nothing I can do about it, sure it is. Start with your local governments. Start there first. Start paying attention to getting, and if you don't like that person, if you have more realistic ideas, then you start talking about it. Then you realize, okay, if I want to change, I got to be changed. So I got to go out there and do this stuff, right? See, I feel like there are great people out here who, based on the society we live in now, aren't utilizing some of the innate things or qualities they have that make them an individual that can allow them to change the world. There's some kid right now who, when put in the right situation, can find the next source of clean energy. He's just dispositioned to because of all his forefathers. But when everybody is pacified and consistently not gaining mindfulness, understanding about how they work and how they can thrive. So I gave you two basic things. If you want to get motivated, what do you do? So anybody listening, what do you do? If you can't answer that question, it's time to go on a deep dive to understand what it is, right?
Yes. Question is,
or some people, right, dude, they just go play sports, right?
sure.
Same thing, but you can watch it.
Identify something.
There you
that's
go.
motivating to you,
Identify it
and
first,
seek that out.
right?
And but more knowledge the fact. Bring this back to
Maybe on your Is that mine? Check your mic. Man, we. Okay. So we talked about this, in the last podcast that we had, and I wanted to give some real tangible understandings. First, look at what it takes to get you motivated, right? And if you don't feel it, then all I need you to do is look at yourself. Is that okay? That's what's going on. Well, when you tried to perform fellatio on it or tried to make an adjustment so that people could hear, do you think you did something? Man, check the settings, whatever you did over there, right? Because that's probably when the sound went haywire, right? Went awry. Okay. Okay. So learn yourself, know thyself, understand what it takes for you. Look at certain things in life and determine that everything has some type of emotional response. Gain mastery of your emotions by learning how to anticipate them so that you can, anytime you've allowed your emotions to dictate your life, you're not really thinking, you're just reacting. And we've all heard that before. But once you're thinking and processing a situation, there's always something to be learned. But first, gain this sort of mastery and understanding of what it's going to take to get you to feel. Because I know there are a lot of people out there who don't feel. You feel numb, and you don't understand why you feel numb. And it's because you lack the understanding and experience and awareness through your own experiences that should have given you this sort of insightfulness and mindfulness to know yourself. What does it take to motivate you, right? What does it take? What does it take to get the adrenaline going? What does it take to make you excited? What does it take to make you happy in life? I mean, when you go back to being a child, a lot of times it's because you're scarred somewhere in life. You're holding on to something. Things were simple when you were a child. You didn't have to worry because you were open-minded still. So something in life took place that made you extremely closed or calloused, and you need to peel back those calluses. The only way to do that is to have a real self-reflection. Reflect often and be honest with yourself. Are you battling some sort of issue that took place when you were a child? Were you molested? Were you violated? Were you beat? Were you traumatized?
I think we all were in some way.
Exactly, but some of us made a decision to be survivors and learn how to cope and thrive regardless of the adversity that we were faced with. So you look at those situations, and more importantly, if you've been compartmentalizing them, talk about it. I'm a firm believer, and I don't want to, I want to say first, before I make this statement, when you look at a guy like Jeffrey Dahmer and the victims that are no longer here, you always have to mourn for those people because they lost their lives. But I want people to understand, before you allow something, I did an analysis on this guy, and I'm a firm believer that he grew up in a Christian household.
What, are you trying to say you're like a huge fan of Dahmer?
No, what I'm saying is I'm always fascinated with people and how they reach that point in life. And what I realized about him is he was homosexual. Grew up in a Christian household. He had to suppress that element of himself. I think that if he had grown up, say, in the 21st century, he'd just be a gay man. All his victims were homosexual because that was the part of him that he hated the most, because he was conditioned to hate it, although it was a part of him. So I understand why there's so much liberation with sexuality, because there are a lot of people like him. Maybe they didn't kill, right? But they had to hold that in and feel ashamed of who they were. So he didn't have an outlet. So I'm saying to anybody who's holding on to something, find somebody to talk to. It doesn't matter.
And don't eat people.
And don't worry about judgment. Don't eat people and play with them while they're dead, right? Let's go ahead and add a little humor to that.
Like, just don't
eat people.
But that part.
Well, don't eat them. Don't bring them home, sex them up, and then eat them second, right?
Yeah, just don't do that part.
Don't do that.
All the other stuff we can relate to.
But understand, though, on a real note,
we can relate to you until you eat people.
You eat people. I don't. It never got to that point, right? It never got to that point. I want to be just like Michael.
Dude, here's the thing. Did you hear about this actor recently?
No.
Oh my God, dude. Are you serious right now? I forget how disconnected you are from social media sometimes.
I'm not connected at all.
Right. So very disconnected, like completely disconnected. Okay. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. There's a dude who, you know what? I'm not even going to do this.
Just explain the story. You got my interest. Go ahead.
It's on Barstool Sports. I found it on their Instagram. There's a wild celebrity. He's well known. Grew up super rich, super privileged. Many people would say he's very good looking.
You can't say his name. Is that what's going on?
I can't remember his name. But anyways, he got caught. He got caught talking about how he wants to cut some girl's skin off, like fry it up and feed it to her, cut open a part of her skull, and rub his dick on her brain. And then he was confronted on this, and he tried to rationalize it with some shit to the degree of like, well, you know, if you heard anybody's sexual kinks out of context, everything would sound super gross or fucked up or whatever.
Oh, the out of context argument.
Right. And it's like, no, dude, like, you're a psychopath, and you definitely, like, just look it up. It's Barstools. I can't remember the dude's name.
Let's do this. Let's
Google
try.
celebrity cannibal.
Okay, hey, look,
Barstool
hold on.
Sports, and you'll find
Let's do this, Jared. Right?
I guarantee if you Google celebrity Barstool Sports cannibal, you'll find it within seconds.
Let's have some fun now. Let's try to.
We haven't been having fun this whole time.
No. I'm saying let's really have some fun.
I mean, what am I inviting you here for if we're not having fun?
I'm not gonna go down this. Come on, man. let's just do this. Hear me out, right? He says it was taken out of context. I love that argument because sometimes things are, a lot of times they are, but in this situation, let's try to create a context.
right? A thought experiment.
Let's try to make that.
Let's do a thought experiment.
Let's try to create a context of where what he's saying would be, oh, I get it. That makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So the first thing he said was, okay, give me the
something to the degree of like, I want to cut off part of your skin, fry it, and then feed it to you.
Okay. So let's create a pretense that would make that okay. First we could joke, right? You look so good. If I was a cannibal, I'd want to. Even that's not sexy, right? The only thing you can do is distinctly say you would eat someone up. That could be taken as like a sexual. Oh, girl, I want to suck you up, right?
Or you're going down like you start on a more innocent rabbit hole, like I want to bite you. Exactly. And then somebody's like, I want to bite you, and I want to like just get a little bit of blood. And then somebody's like, I wanna actually bite you and like get a little chunk of skin in my mouth and like feel it in between my teeth. And then the next person escalates it.
Sick this is
right, and then right, exactly. This is what I'm getting at. Like, but this is the I believe it's steps. I believe they're like incremental steps, and it's like, no, I want to like fucking, you know, like I want to. You know what I'm really into is like if you grab me and like just on my calf. You cut me, and then you see me bleed a little bit, and then I watch you like lick up my blood. Like I've had chicks say some shit like this, and I'm like, here's the thing: is like I'm out.
The only way this
I'm
would
out.
Work, okay, look,
I'm out. I'm into some kink, and that shit isn't even hot.
The only
that's just weird. Like you're so fucking abused in your world that you need to like drink blood.
On,
like this isn't to me. This isn't even about sexual kink.
You're with a woman who you somehow attracted. That's even down. So you got to look at yourself in the mirror and say, "What did I do to even pull this motherfucker?"
Anwar, I don't think you understand how many women I've been with, bro.
Okay.
I've been with all of them.
I'm not. Look,
when I say all of them, I mean all of the types.
I know what you mean.
I've been with all of the
I get
types, and I've had a lot of conversations. And my one ability, and this is my main reason I knew I should do a podcast, is because I can hang out at a bar and kick it with a girl before I was married and not know her and get her to admit some of the deepest, darkest shit. Like, guys, you think you're a fucking pervert? You're not. Whatever you think you're into, there's a girl that wants way more than you're willing to give. Way more than you're willing to give. Like, I'm just going to flat out say it.
The only way we could make sense of this, the only way I see it working is it would have to be because the conditions of your conversation are already, you got to, you're having some type of very intimate conversation. And you start off by giving her some type of metaphor, like, man, you look so good. Understand, if you were a buffet, this is what I would do, and this is what I would do to the body parts. But even right there, that's like too cannibal-like. It's already going down the road. But you'd have to even slide into it more and just say, honestly, I want to eat every part of you if I was a cannibal. Like it'd be like we saw a movie about Jeffrey Dahmer, and we're like, hey, baby, I'll tell you what, if I was a cannibal, you'd be first on the list. And you could make a joke out of it. But there's no way we can take this and put it in a context that doesn't come back to saying, eyebrow raise, something wrong with you? Are you okay? This is very unlike you. This is not normal. So for anybody who likes to use the argument, was taken out of context. Well,
his name is Armie Hammer. ARMIE. Hammer. Armie Hammer. I found the link. There's a I can't play it because I'll get flagged because it's Barstool Sports. I just got one of those little shivers.
I've never heard of this guy, by the way.
You've seen him though.
No.
I guarantee you when you hear when you look at but when you hear him talk and you look at him and you look at his IMDb page, you go, "Oh, he's been in a bunch of shit." Like, I know this guy. He's an unrecognizable douchey frat white boy, right? Who literally grew up with millions. He's like, I think he's like royalty or some shit. He's like the biggest douchey fucking version of a white dude on the planet. Especially when he's into some shit like that.
In other words, he probably played lacrosse over football type guy.
Yep. Okay. That's exactly. Oh my God, you nailed it. See, that's why I love you, dude, because you know exactly the type I'm talking about.
He's that really privileged kid. Right?
He. But what you said is the most important. He played lacrosse over football.
Okay, so even in the Social Network, I saw that he was probably one of the earlier guys that helped him that ended up suing. Help me out. Who's the maker of Facebook? What's his name? Can we say
Hitlerberg?
Okay, yeah. So he was one of the guys who probably were also at
Mark
Harvard.
Hitlerberg?
Yeah, so there were two guys also kind of more because it was initially designed for a hookup website, right? And these two guys, they were pretty smart, right?
Sure.
But they weren't Zuckerberg, right? And he could have been one of the guys in the movie that I'm seeing who played a role similar to what we're talking about. Go figure.
Yep.
Right.
Just some douchebag who's there, but instead of him being Mark Zuckerberg, he became an actor.
Yeah.
And he's in all the movies. He's in all the TV shows. And he always plays someone who, like, no matter what, grosses you out a little bit.
I mean, he was in Nocturnal Animals. He was one of the killers in that movie.
Yep.
So, unless he was reading a script, that's the only way we can tell about being.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, this dude needs to go. Like, zombie apocalypse, I run into him, I'm immediately killing on sight. Like, just fair warning. Like, we can talk about all this shit in real society. Cool. But, like, here's the thing, dude. It's like I have a deep moral code.
But you think there's going to be a
deep moral code.
This is the third time you referenced the zombie apocalypse. Why don't you touch on to that? What's going on with the zombie apocalypse?
Well, we're headed towards it. The zombie apocalypse is much like any other biblical allegory, right?
Yeah.
It's a giant metaphor for, like, guess what? There's no more actual laws, and it's like tribe for tribe, old school style. zombie apocalypse. That's what I mean.
So
like,
not inject. Okay, so
there's no cops, there's no laws, there's no governments.
Got it.
And we're headed for it real quick. Here's the thing: I run across Army Hammer, I'm shooting on sight. Like, and here's why. Is
in
because
that situation where we don't have a government.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Because here's the thing: is the only thing preventing Army Hammer from raping and molesting and murdering people like Hannibal Lecter is the government.
Or at least not caught, right?
Okay. So if he's trying to cover it up and hasn't been caught, it's because of the government. The only reason he's not doing it willingly, if so, is because of the government. Zombie apocalypse scenario shows up. I run into Army Hammer. Here's my point. I don't need to actually know this story. I've met a lot of dudes like this. I've met a lot of dudes like this in my life where you look into their eyes, you listen to the tone of their voice, and you experience their soul, and you go, oh, you're a psychopath. That's what I'm talking about. So I run into Army Hammer or a person like him during the zombie apocalypse. Like, dude, this guy's got to go because he'll eat you. Like this is the darkest version of humanity. And he's rich and he's privileged and he's living an elitist life. He's an actor.
Yeah.
He's running around.
So, when we talk,
it makes it real hard to say there's not dark conspiracy cabals within Hollywood elites when you have dudes like that getting caught.
So let's go back to this whole.
I want to drink your blood.
But let's go back to even when you're thinking about voting for your local, politicians and whatnot, right? The area that I always go back to with this, when you get to know this person, when they get an opportunity, I think that they have to have grown up. They have to feel it's almost like having police officers that grew up in Minneapolis, that have a jurisdiction in Minneapolis. Why? Because they understand and feel a certain way about the city, right? So when you have a home city, hometown, typically people want to see it thrive, unless it was a shithole and maybe you want it to be blown up. But if you don't, you have some vested interest in wanting it to succeed. When you bring an outsider in, what are they typically out for? Their own personal gain, not really helping the city. They have no connection with the city that they're running for. So I think it's part of this sort of understanding. You need to live in the city. You need to live in the town. You need to understand, I want to see this grow, right? So what, like we talk about Madden. Imagine a guy from Minnesota who buys the Vikings. It doesn't get much greater than that as an owner, right? You think that person's going to sell the team? No. They have a vested interest in this team succeeding because they have sympathy for the team. They feel the struggles of a normal fan. So where we lack, and we talked about this with Sam, but I think feeling sympathy is listening to the story. We talked about earlier with the Holocaust victims and slaves. Don't sit back and try to say which one is worse than the other. They both suck. Just listen to the stories. I have an interracial daughter. My best friend has an interracial daughter. Chances are, if
you're in an interracial couple.
Okay, but I'm from a daughter stand. There's a reason why I'm saying.
Oh, this. From the daughter standpoint. So, gotcha.
If my little girl had been fathered by a slave owner in Louisiana, she would have been sold to a brothel. Now look at my little girl and imagine her innocence being taken away from her, and I can feel that struggle. I look at my brother has twins, right? What happened during the Holocaust? Right, there was a crazy doctor who loved to do experiments on twins, little kids, right, to see if one felt the other's pain. Do I need to sit back and say which act of violence is worse? They all suck, and if I feel them, I understand. So why do we have Black History Month? So that we never forget what took place, so that we can always have a conversation. Daddy, why? Because at one point they enslaved these people. Why did we learn about Schindler's List? So we never forget, because for a long time with the Holocaust, we didn't even know what was going on. The Germans did a great job of painting over that to make us think there was something that was going on that wasn't. And innocent people had to suffer.
And we touched on this earlier, and I agree that we need to stop competing as Jews and as blacks over whose was worse. and I think would be more healthy would be, we had this conversation on the phone. I think what would be far more healthy, but because in case anyone's confused why I'm jumping in with this comment right now, we mentioned this about an hour ago. We talked about this on this podcast. The comparison between American slavery and the Jews. Now, I want us to jump back and forth here, but I want to make sure that we actually kind of have a similar conversation that we had over the phone. So let's put this in context. Yep. Oh shit! Even I did it. See, you're becoming a pro. Okay. So here's the deal. We have to stop comparing American slavery for blacks with the Holocaust for Jews. However, in order to do so, guess what? We have to compare them.
Well, we have to have a conversation about them.
And we have to compare them in order to do that. So here's the deal. We're about to say neither was worse or better because even though they're comparable, they're unequal. It's not fair. And when I say it's not fair, I'm not saying college football versus NFL football. I'm saying NHL versus NFL. Two completely different sports. Like we're not even like, I get it, they're both sports, but they're not. Sorry. Like everything about the two sports is different except for the idea of competitive drive. So here's the point. Here's what we had in a conversation a while back. Before American slavery was American slavery, it didn't matter what color you were, and you got paid. And if you were lucky and you worked hard enough, you were called a serf, by the way. It was called serfdom, servitude. That's where servant comes from, is serf. You were able to save up enough money and buy your freedom, right? Right, Anwar? Right?
Indentured servitude.
Yep. Okay. So
you had a loan, you had something you had to pay off. It could have been a parent even.
Yep. You got sold to this person, whatever. You sold yourself, whatever.
And you worked.
Sounds a lot like the modern 40-hour American work week. However, we're not comparing me and Anwar to what we refer to as American slaves. Oh, no. That is not what we are doing. Is what we are acknowledging is there is a difference between traditional slavery and American slavery. What American slavery became was something wholeheartedly different. Not only were slaves assets, but they started to be treated like cattle, like dogs. They were valued, they made money, but they were bred.
And let me add
they were
something to
bred
this here.
inhumanely. Go ahead, add what you got to say. I just wanted to say bred inhumanely.
And
I wanted to add that before you jumped in.
The reason why I don't subscribe, right? I understand what America sees me as, but black is not a race. And here's why. Because once upon a time, the more slaves you had, the more influence you had, the more political power you had. In order to cut it in half, though, or in order to make it more fair, they had to make the amount of slaves equal to 1/3 of a person. So,
okay, before we get too far down that road,
I'm not going down. No, just hear me out. So, once I started to understand basically where this whole idea of just because you have brown skin, you're black, it came from. It was political. If you have any of this, you're black. I can use you to say I have X amount of slaves. So if I have 15 slaves, what's the third or fifth? What, 5, right? I got 5 votes, right, that give me influence over the next election. So in essence, the more slaves you had, the more power you had. But we have to make these. So if you have any of this quote unquote black in you, you're black.
Now this was the politicizing of American slavery.
Common knowledge, and now all of a sudden people say they're black. Are you really?
Hold on though. I'm just simply signifying the generational and political differences between these definitions so we can get back to the comparison, which is why we shouldn't compare.
It was a sidebar to help people understand what I said earlier.
And that's significant because what you're talking about, and I'm not diminishing it, I'm saying it's significant because what you're talking about is the politicizing. Okay, so politics,
which turned into what
got involved,
normalizing an identity that.
But what I'm talking about is the horrific nature of what American slavery became. Because back in the day, if I could have been a slave, way back in the day, like before America in Rome, I would have been a slave. And if I would have had kids, they'd be like, listen, man, okay, you're a really good slave. You can have a kid. Like, that's cool. But then all of a sudden, I have 8, 9, 10, 12 kids. And they're going, listen, dude, I can't afford this. Like, I get this. But if you and every other slave has 12 kids, I'm going to go broke real fast. So when we look at that relatively to what happened in American slavery, it became quickly disgusting. So the black American slave was looked at as cattle. And this is where it cringes and grosses me out.
To add to that, the mothers were considered mules.
Mm-hmm.
The fathers were like bulls. This is
and
what they used.
And why I say cattle is because we literally looked at them like we breed dogs.
Like how we looked at the apes
dogs.
on Planet of the Apes.
No,
right?
let's keep it real world. Yeah. Like dogs. Like dogs. No, we said we see this attribute. Well, cattle. We treated them like cattle, but we bred them like dogs. There's this attribute from this one that we like, but there's this attribute from this one we like. So we're gonna make them breed.
Yeah.
So we whipped them and forced them to breed like dogs. This is disgusting. This is one of the grossest,
or in some
grossest versions of humanity. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you right now and say that I don't care if I'm black or not. I don't care if I'm 1/8 black, which is true. I don't care if I'm 100% black, which is not true. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether I'm the dude slashing the whip, whether I'm the dude there holding the whip in between lashes, or I'm the person being whipped. It doesn't matter. I see this as clearly one of the darkest versions of humanity.
Yeah, I'm only going to add to that by saying, now imagine taking a 12 or 13-year-old girl and, taking her with, as they call them, a mature bull, a guy who understands he still has an innate desire to have sex, to procreate. And what do you think is going to happen to this young woman? Her first sexual experience, she's going to be basically violated.
Right. And you're a white slave owner. And you believe in your genes, in your mind, like Donald Trump preaches, like people like me preach, like people like anyone preaches. The Rock, you, genes, DNA, who you are, right? You, soul, embodiment, aura. And you're going to force this on this young girl because she has the athletic prowess combined with your mental acumen. That you, like I said, like a dog.
Exactly.
Like a dog. It's disgusting. It's one of the lowest forms that we've ever come to. And that happened here in this country. Now, here's my point. That's American slavery. Now, why we compare the Holocaust with the Jews, which I'm also mixed with, you know why that's disturbing, man? And we talked about this on the phone. And here's why somebody who's mixed, an 1/8 Jew and an 1/8 black and an 1/8 native, and the rest is white. Here's why I will still say the Jews had it worst. Is because we weren't looked at as assets. We had no value.
You were test subjects. You were slaves.
Not even. No. We were hunted down. We were exterminated. We were looked at it as a disease. We were eradicated from this planet, Anwar. We had to hide. We had to literally breed over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. This goes back to Rome, where we had to breed ourselves out of our dark skin to hide. We had to hide our long noses, to where now, me, a man of Jewish descent, has a stub nose. I have a pig nose. Look at my nose. Look at my nose. My nose is closer to your nose than it is a Jew nose. Look at my nostrils. Look at the position of my nose. Look how it points a little bit upright. That's not a white boy nose. See that? Do you see how it's thin like a white guy nose, but all the structures are like yours? My nostrils are a little oversized. Yeah, that's thousands of years of my people fleeing racial and religious prosecution.
But again,
to thin our looks out, because we've been looked at as a disease on this planet for thousands of years.
But I think you're still doing it, though.
But here's my point. I'm not even comparing it. Is what I'm saying is that there's differences, and we shouldn't compare them because they're different leagues.
But what I'm saying though is like
the horrors that the black people were endured aren't the same. They're different.
Okay, so when you think about this,
so we need to stop comparing them.
I know, but so
in order to understand why we shouldn't compare them, we have to compare them.
But no,
that's what I'm getting at. Stop saying no, because I'm agreeing with you. That's my whole point.
But how you told that story? Okay, hold on, because I let you say that whole thing. But how you told the story is, it's like.
But we were never herded like cattle. So we never had to endure those horrors. Do you see what I'm trying to explain the difference. You have to compare the two to understand they're not comparable. Like, they're two completely different stories of torture.
But when you still do the thing where
no
you say,
Jew has ever gone through what a true American slave has gone through as a black man. No black man has ever experienced, because your history so far since persecution has been nothing other than Jim Crow. Like, we're continuing to try to make it better. But the first time we went through that in Egypt, it was like 2,000 years. And we didn't get a chance until America showed up. And I think it was Abraham Lincoln, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but I think it was Abraham Lincoln who said not only will the Jews have a chance to strive, but they'll have a chance to thrive in America.
Okay, but again,
they're not comparable. So we need to stop comparing the two and saying which one's worse. We need to accept the fact they're two different journeys.
Can I please say this now?
Yeah. I'm just trying to differentiate to make sure people, the listeners, understand I'm not comparing the two and saying which one's worse.
But you can't say, but then in your sentence, right, you can't say, but this happened for X amount of years, because then you are. Here's why I say this.
Because they're different journeys.
But understand something. Now, I understand what you said about slavery, but when you think about how we got here in America, how the Africans got here was downright brutal, right? So rather than sit there and you don't need to compare, you just need to hear the story. It's just like.
Right, but white people didn't go to Africa and take black people.
Yes, they did.
They bottomed from other black people.
Okay. Some of the slaves in the Atlantic slave trade by the Spanish were sold by African leaders. When they saw that the African slave, unlike the Native American, tended to be more immune to some of the European sicknesses, that's when they began to venture into Central Africa and capture slaves or capture Africans, where they had to endure a 1,000-mile road march to the coast of Africa, where 1 out of every 3 slaves died in chains. Then they had to sit back and deal with the crucible, the 90-day boat ride. Now, so understand when I say this, my comeback isn't going to say, but the Jews didn't have it, because what I do is I look at it all from an historical standpoint and say, that's effed up. It's effed up because this is a part of the history of the story of how America started. So now once we get to America, let's say I had a family and we made it intact. Once I get to America, I'm separated from my family. So now imagine being in a situation where you see your family and you're pulled away. The Jews can relate to that. They can relate to being pulled in these carts, saying goodbye to their daughter, goodbye to their mother and sister. So we sit back and put our energy on realizing, like, look at the acts of just cruel and harsh treatment that both had to endure, and understand how this story should never be forgotten so it can never happen again. Now, when you go back to understanding the same things, you get separated. You get separated from your family. If we didn't have enough water, we treated the blacks, the slaves, like cargo, and we just dumped them overboard. We dumped them. Somebody's life was taken in vain because they were treated like cargo. Now you look at the Holocaust victims. They were manipulated, they were toyed, they were exploited, right? They were used as experiments. On some of the breakthroughs we have now in our medical industry or fields happened because of what we learned from the Germans. That's the sick part about it, the sick irony to it. But the understanding is, how long does it take to free somebody? Well, some Jewish person got a chance to be the test subject of that experiment, right? What about no numbing agents during surgery? Some Jewish person got a chance to be that test subject. This twin, if I dye that person's eyes, can I make him stay blue permanently? Well, some child got a chance to experience that. So I say this because when I get into the history of basketball, I don't believe in comparing Michael Jordan and saying he's the greatest of all time. Why? Because I took his advice and I understand how each of these eras plays a role on the overall outcome of now.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right?
That's what I'm trying to explain.
But hold on. But one of the things you said in your argument was you still made some contrast to say, but they didn't have it for 1,000 years, because it doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is just hearing the stories and how heinous they are, and not using one to say, but you didn't have it that bad, and bringing it back to the Bible, the march through the desert in Egypt, right? I understand that whole argument, but what I'm saying is, when you look at the residual effects of slavery, I mean, we're talking about 1965. People had to fight for their rights still. My dad was alive. He was 15. I'm 39.
Well, I guess this is what I'm getting. I think I failed to explain this.
But you made a good point,
But
though.
I think I failed to explain the difference, which is Jews don't feel like white people are the only threat to their existence. Jews identify pretty much anyone in power of any color, of any type of government, other than America, has gone after the Jews. Like, for real, if you think about it, like, Egyptians aren't white, right? Egypt's in fucking Africa. Like, they're not white at all. And they enslaved the Jews and persecuted the Jews.
Yep.
And I'm not saying it's worse. I'm saying it's different. And in order to understand why it's different, and in order to understand why we shouldn't compare the two and make it a competition, the only way we can do that is to compare the two. And instead of trying to compete with who suffered worse, is to try to find compassion.
You just learn from
you
learn about
but
both.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
What I'm saying is, like,
we're not in competition right now. I'm trying to explain to other people who are struggling to understand this.
You don't have to compare, is my point.
You do, though. You
learn.
have to. I do. My brain has to draw correlations to understand causation. I have to understand the history of anybody who's been subjugated by a greater government to understand the commonality of human suffering. For example, Irish people, literally the whitest people on the planet. Their greatest enslavement and persecution, other white people who look just fucking like them. Asian history, study it.
Same thing, civil wars.
The worst atrocity in Filipino history. Guess who it was atrocious by? Well, the Japanese.
And the Spanish played a role, too.
The Japanese are the worst in Filipino history.
Everybody got a piece of the Philippines.
But the worst are the Japanese. Other Asians is what I'm getting at. Like, the vast majority of our cultures, when we get into our own human atrocities, happen actually by our own skin color.
Yeah, but
they really do, though. They really do, though.
That brings up a great conversation to segue, because the thing we should take away from this is, just because you're around a race, it doesn't mean that you're not being oppressed by the powers of greed, the powers of corruption. And that's what we see in all given situations. And I brought this up with, Scotty and I, we were all talking, and I said when they freed slaves 30 years before slavery was abolished, they brought the slaves back to Liberia and they began to invoke the same harsh treatments that the slave owners invoked onto them.
Right, because they didn't know any better.
That's why to understand that it's not about race. That's why black is a very overrated concept that needs another revision. That's why when you look at the progressive times, you see things like other now, that you don't have to subscribe to that because...
Did you know they don't really have a black-white issue in England?
You know,
they have a foreigner issue. They have a Muslim issue. They have an immigrant issue.
The boxer talked about this. He said, but you're just British. Like, there isn't this thing that, you know, and I'm pretty sure
I want to get there. That's this, and this is what I'm getting at, Anwar. This is why I'm frustrated, because I'm sick of this shit, bro. And I think you are too, because you've called me multiple times and said, in the last 4 months since you've been on the podcast, you've said, and you called me one day screaming at me like I said something wrong. And I go, dude, what did I do? And you go, you didn't do nothing. I'm just sick of this shit. And then you explain where you, because we talked about this earlier. I answer the phone and you're ranting. Because this is what I do to you. This is what you do to, this is how we communicate almost every day, if not every other day. And you're sick of the isms. You're sick of it being sexism. You're sick of it being racism. You're sick of it being toxic masculinity. You're sick of all of these things. And so am I.
I'm sick of the word toxic.
So am I. Because here's the reality. And this is what I tried to talk about with every white guest, black guest, female guest. It doesn't matter. America can't be America right now without black people. Period. Okay? Name one piece of popular music in this country, true pop music, that's ever gone to the top of the charts that wasn't directly invented by black people. Let's go down the list, bro. Let's real quick. I know I'm patronizing, but the listeners haven't done this, bro. Across the world.
I mean, let's start with New Kids on the Block.
Okay, no, let's go way back before then.
Let's go race music. Let's go Muddy Waters, right?
Yes,
let's go
yes.
Stones,
okay,
right?
Okay, so let's break it down into genres. Guess what? Blues music, black people invented it.
Yeah.
Jazz music, black people invented it. Rock and roll, black people invented it. Doo-wop, black people invented it. Okay, let's keep going. Disco, black people invented it. Hip-hop, black people invented it. Soul, black people invented it. How far do we have to fucking go down the chain before we realize that we can't get modern day beautiful American art from the 50s to 2020, 70 years of American culture? We can't do it without black Americans. Y'all only make up 13. I say y'all like I ain't 1/8 of you motherfuckers, but seriously, I don't identify as black. I identify as mixed or Jewish or maybe Native American, but I don't identify as white. I don't identify as white.
But
I don't identify. People look at me as white, but I don't identify as white, bro. Like, trust me, all my black friends, including you and everybody we ever worked with in collections, gave me black cards. They're like, you're the blackest dude in the room. Like, dude, I ain't a white boy. I look white. Don't call me a white boy. Like you'll watch the black boy come out real quick. Call me a white boy, watch the black boy come out real quick. Because you'll get fucked up real quick calling me a white boy. Anyways, listen. We aren't us without black people. 13% of our population. That ratio hasn't changed in 70 years. Believe it or not. Black people have approximately made up 13% of America since 1950. Yet almost 100% responsible for the origination, the originality, the true innovation of music, which is America. Our movies are inspired by music. Our technology, our software, our hardware is inspired by music. This doesn't happen without black Americans. This is why I am sick and tired of hearing anybody talk shit about black people or black culture, even though I have my own issues with black culture living in the hood. Like, I see there's negativity, but at the same time, I'm also getting real frustrated like you are, saying that everything about our culture is holding down black people. And it's like, dude, we are black people.
No, I think,
like give it another 50 to 70 years and our skin colors are going to be barely even able to tell each other.
You
see what I'm getting at here?
Okay, so
I feel like it's a retarded argument, and I say retarded deliberately. Censor me, YouTube. Fuck you. I'm saying retarded, textbook, dictionary definition. It's preventing progress. When you call everything racist, when you call everything sexist, when you try to say everything is against black human beings, I feel like it's a retarded argument and it prevents progress because you're diminishing all the true. What did we start this conversation off with? Challenge and triumph. And in America, no one has struggled more than the black American. Jews haven't struggled like that in America. Last time we struggled like that was in Germany, bro. You see what I'm getting at here? Do you see why I continue to draw the parallel between the two? We have to compare them in order to understand why we shouldn't.
But if you want to compare for the sake of gaining a sense of solidarity, then so be it. But at the end of the day, you'll draw those comparisons. You'll draw the similarities. And
name one other class of American who has struggled in this country.
Well, the Native Americans, obviously. Right, they struggled, they lost a lot.
Okay,
right.
Okay, boom. My argument's over. Boom, you just demolished it in like 3 seconds. That's a great clip.
But what I wanted to say,
when the black dude comes on the white dude's podcast, and I ask who struggled more than the black American, and you immediately go, well, the Native American, and I go, well, okay, there's our clip.
Well, you said who struggled, in addition to, right,
or who suffered.
Yeah. So.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
fine.
Let me get
you
the
win.
mic now, right?
No, you won.
Okay,
you won.
That's not what I'm talking about.
You won though.
Um,
Let's give it up to Anwar. You won.
I don't need to win. What I need to do is, clarify a couple of things. Because I understand the history of how it started. Black Americans didn't start in America. We started in Africa. And in this blip of generations, there was a span of time where we lost a lot of things. But somehow, some way, through perseverance, through the strongest survive, we found a way to reestablish it. And so many freedom fighters, black and white, sacrificed their lives. So at least I could look at myself in the mirror and say, I'm messing up because I'm messing up.
Now, do you see why that's the difference? That's why we have to compare.
Okay,
to understand why we can't, because a president wrote us a letter and said, you not only have a chance to survive, but thrive in America. Nobody wrote your culture a letter. Nobody wrote your religion or your church a letter.
Difference, though,
you were
Jared,
taken here and you were persecuted. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference.
Yeah, but the percentage of people that are still recovering from because understand, as a slave, you couldn't read. The only way you understood what was going on in the world back in those days is to be able to read the posters, the things that you see in front of you. And they had to make examples. So if you were caught reading, you were killed, because this was the key to your enlightenment. And so you take generations of people.
Say that again. Slow that down and say that again.
The key to your enlightenment at that time was to be able to read, to see what's in your environment. That's how information was passed, right? There were papers.
And if you became enlightened, you were what?
You were killed.
Why?
Because the idea was, you have to imagine the brainwashing for a slave to believe that there was no more than this. This was it.
But why is reading so important to that?
Think about reading. So
where did we start this conversation? Accepting the programming as a soldier. If you're educated and you can read, you can accept someone else's information and influence.
Or you can accept your own intuition.
But if you can't read, you're only able to hear what you're told.
Exactly.
Therefore, you're not able to deny the programming.
Agreed.
So much like being a prisoner, much like being a soldier, now we're drawing correlations to the idea of being a slave. So when Kanye West
made that comment about imprisoning the mind, at some point, people are victims, imprisoned to their habits and to the things in life that control them, whether it's an oppressor or whether it's a quick fix of dopamine, something that just says, go get more. Oh, you won money? Go win more money. There is no end game to that sort of life. It's a perpetuating cycle that never ends, only with destruction. You lose your house, you sell your car, you get a divorce, you're in somebody's basement sleeping because you've allowed this habit to become you, and you have been buried within the habit. So when you go back and understand the history, now you implement the 13th Amendment and you throw not only African-American people, but people of poverty, mainly African-American, for bullshit offenses, so that the continuum of generational ignorance continues. And the only way you correct it by understanding that there is a choice for something greater, to be enlightened, to understand you're more than just 612 area code, right? That's what we're in Minneapolis right now. You're more than 612 or 763. You're more than that. But when you've been taught that only this exists, you're not thinking about going to Paris or going outside of this country, because you can't even fathom or comprehend the idea that there's something more than this. So I'm one generation away from my dad drinking from a different drinking fountain, fighting for civil rights.
Yep.
So all it's saying is that, yes, so a good point you made is in due time, it'll all be a distant memory, just like what happened with the Jews, right? Or the people of God, the chosen ones in the Bible. So now the issue is we never forget, because we take time to pay our respects. So when I said this about basketball, I don't compare Michael Jordan, because I respect the game now. I understand that back in the day, Bill Russell was one of only a certain amount of black men playing the game. And even though he played in Boston, he had to deal with death threats. And it was his teammates.
Warren Moon.
His teammates.
Warren Moon in the NFL.
I mean, but we'll start there. So now we climb up. And his teammates came to his defense, because that's the beauty. Once you get to knowing somebody, all those ideas you had, they're out the window, because you start to have this sort of sympathy for the other person. You start to feel and realize, got it, we all had a struggle at some point growing up.
Well, and that's a huge thing, is like back then it was so significant. Like let's say you and I are on the Minneapolis Lakers together, and I'm George Mikan. And at the end of the day, I'm the most popular player because we're in a racist America. It's 1950 fucking whatever. But you're the best player on the team, and you're getting a lot of fucking hate, right? Now, at the end of the day, because I'm not a piece of shit, I go, and this is all hypothetical. This isn't a real analogy.
But what you're saying actually,
but I turn around. But I turn right, exactly. But I say George Mikan just because we're in Minneapolis, and that was the Lakers back then, right? And I turn around. If I have the balls, I turn around and I say, listen, if you're a fan of me, if you're a fan of Jared Singer, in this analogy, George Mikan, let's just throw him out of the bus. I'm George Mikan. His name's Jared Singer. And I go on fucking channel 11, fucking KS whatever. If you're a fan of Jared Singer, then you're a fan of Anwar Anfield.
We call you a patriot, right?
Because I'm a fan of Anwar Anfield. Yeah. And I don't want to hear any more of this racist shit being yelled at our games. Because if you're calling him the N-word, and we wouldn't have said the N-word back then. We would have said it. We would have said it. We would have said it, sure.
We said Negro. That's
right.
What they said.
But they wouldn't have been saying Negro in the crowd.
Of course.
Right? But they wouldn't have also said, they would have just said it. But if you had the balls, you'd have gone out and done this. Because you'd have gotten to know this human being as a real teammate. And you'd have sat out and said, listen,
it's all his family.
This is when you insult him, you insult the team. When you insult him, you insult me.
But that was the stance I'm saying that players took, because this happened in Boston.
Right. This happened in the Olympics.
Well,
do you remember when the white dude won the third place? And he's the only one, like the dudes who won first and second place, there are two black dudes, and they held up their fist.
72 or 70 Olympics.
Yeah, and the white dude didn't. And the world spun it at that time. Some said it was disrespect. Some fucking honored him. And it was like 50 years later that it came out recently. And I think it was the 2012 Olympics. I think you're right. I think it was 72. And it came out in the 2012 Olympics. And he was like, I didn't have the right to raise my hand. And those three dudes became best. Basically is what I'm getting at, man, is like, fast forward from then.
Well, but I want to. So, so now you go into, And I'm trying to draw a parallel to how you look at history, and you just have a respect for it. So now you get into, the 60s, and you start to hear about, Wilt Chamberlain and the things he did from a physical standpoint. He could triple jump. He could run the 400-meter dash. He was fast. He was strong. Arnold Schwarzenegger quoted as saying he was the strongest guy that he ever encountered. He said he could do things that even the strongest weightlifters couldn't do, right? And you hear all these accounts of his great tests. So I don't need to compare him to Shaquille O'Neal. Because of Wilt Chamberlain, they had to increase the distance of the lane, because this guy would take off from the free throw line to shoot a free throw. So they had to widen it. They had to put a certain time constraint in the paint. Rules were changed that made the game what it was.
He's the Randy, not even Randy Moss, but like Randy Moss wasn't even the Wilt Chamberlain.
But this brings up a good parallel, because
let's stay on track. Keep going. I don't want to digress. I don't want to distract you.
But every so often we have what we call transcendent players. So like when Michael Jordan came, it wasn't the next Dr. J. It was this, like what we see with Pat Mahomes now. If he wins another title, he's in a league of his own. There isn't any. And I can see this already now watching these shows on Netflix where there are kids already trying to emulate this guy. Right.
Instead of Tom Brady.
And even to some extent, people like Tom Brady. People watch him. Like, people love LeBron. But you don't come in saying, oh, that guy plays like LeBron. LeBron is just he doesn't really have a distinct style. You're like, oh, he's got this move.
And just to kind of like speed this up a little bit, like, because we've had this conversation, like, nobody says, is he the next Kevin Garnett? Nobody says, is he the next LeBron? Everyone says, is he the next Michael Jordan? Michael Jordan is the measuring stick. And before that, there was the Wilt Chamberlains.
Or there was the Dr. J's, right? There were these people who came
But now there's a new standard.
So now with Pat Mahomes, he's doing things I've never seen before. He's a third baseman throwing somebody out at first, right? He's jumping up in the air, throwing no-look passes.
Right, I was just going to say no-look passes. I was just going to say he's the point guard throwing no-look passes.
But then he's got the poise.
He's the Ricky Rubio.
Exactly, but he's got the poise and toughness of a Tom Brady or a Joe Montana as far as just being clutch. He's ready to go.
And he's 6'3", so stop calling him small.
Yeah, so you got he's basically, we've never seen this before.
He's 3 inches taller than I am, dude, and I'm not a short guy.
When you watch this guy play, you're starting to see already. It's like Steph Curry was a transcendent player. Because of him, my kids that I coached in 6th grade shoot threes. This didn't happen.
Right. Steph Curry, that's the crazy thing. You want to talk about LeBron and fucking Jordan? No, dude. It's LeBron and Steph. Or I'm sorry, it's Jordan and Steph. Like the kids, I don't hear anybody. Okay. So we're going to digress for a second. I'm not the biggest basketball fan in this room, but I'm a sports fan nonetheless. And I appreciate competition. And I played sports. I played all the sports. And I was a starting point guard on my high school basketball team. Even in boarding school. Actually, I should rephrase that. I became starting point guard in boarding school, and then made starting point guard for my high school basketball team, and was like, yeah, I'm not into this shit. Fuck this. I was into football, and then straight up, literally the same fucking year, quit the fucking football team because I wanted to focus on music. Dumbest decision I ever made. Anyways, long story short, I appreciate this. And it really doesn't matter what sport we're talking about, because I understand there's a certain level of what I would refer to as integrity. Integrity. When you're representing not just your name or your team or your position, but the entire sport, the entire NBA. And I think there is no LeBron versus Jordan.
No. So
I think there's Jordan, and then for the next generation, I think it's Steph Curry, man.
Well, okay, so
I think the next generation of kids are going, who's the next Steph Curry?
Let's do this though.
Who's the next Steph Curry? Who's the next Steph Curry?
Well, hold on.
Who's the next Steph Curry?
Let's not die. So where I was getting,
they're going to skip LeBron.
But so every so often, it's like right now,
LeBron's going to become Kobe is what I'm getting at.
But I don't even say that, because I feel like what LeBron's job to do is to maintain the torch he carries right now. That's it, right? I don't think LeBron
The
James,
current best. Okay, so you're Akeem Olajuwon.
So no, dude. What I'm saying is, I don't think that. But here's the thing with Kareem.
Keep going. I got to take a piss.
Olajuwon. He was the first center I saw that had this versatile game where he could go out there and shoot jumpers. He could hook. He had footwork. He could dribble.
But he was only a champion when Jordan wasn't at his game.
But either way, though, Jordan will hands down say Jordan has a Kareem on his all-time team.
Does LeBron come back from 3-1 when Steph isn't have an injured back?
Or how about? But again, even with
you see what I'm saying, though.
Let me continue. So I'll make my point here. So. But rather than comparing,
by the way,
guys,
for the listeners, we're practicing for the sportscast, which we're going to talk about here in the next hour.
Rather than any of these guys that we talk about, the first thing you should do is just understand the history. No comparisons are needed. What you need to do is understand the rich history. So now the ABA begins to the NBA is kind of boring. They have all these rules where high schoolers can't play. A bunch of rich guys get together and they decide to form the ABA. It's a more fast-paced game. They have a three-point shot, a different basketball, and they encourage style and flair. Eventually, at some point, the NBA decided to merge as they realized, hey, they'll take on some of the teams, adopt the three-point line, kill that ball, obviously. But to understand basketball is just to understand the history of it. Then came Dr. J, right, who was a star in the ABA, one of the first African-American celebrities to be marketable, to be mainstream. So what did he do for guys like Michael Jordan? Michael Jordan wasn't the first athlete to sign a shoe deal. At that point, Dr. J was the highest paid athlete for a shoe endorsement deal. And I believe Converse or Adidas chose to shun Jordan away, saying he wasn't tall enough. So that's where Jordan comes in. Before Jordan, I mean, you had some dominant guards like David Thompson, who Jordan, patterns his game after. But instead, now you have this guy who just took the NBA by storm, and in the process took this company by the name of Nike and made them what they are. Without Jordan, there would be no Nike. So Jordan's rookie season, the NBA attendance went up 7%. So Jordan was a transcendent to the game because he made the game recognized worldwide. Nobody can ever take that away from Michael. So there's no need to compare LeBron. What did LeBron do? Well, before you do that, you got to talk about your Kobe Bryants. You have to have a respect for the sport and not talk about better or worse, because if you are a fan of the game now, all those guys deserve a bow. Because they are why we watch it. Some guys maintain the torch, some guys redefine the size and made it bigger. But if you're a fan of the sport, you just have to respect it for what it is. Michael Jordan transcended the game because he said you can build a team from a point guard. Now, LeBron James has attributes. Well, excuse me, a guard, period. You can build. Well, okay. But a guard at that, because you had forwards, you had guys that you could build around, but nobody ever did it with a guard. Nobody. And that's what Jordan proved. But even before Jordan, a guy by the name Isaiah Thomas proved, well, you can. That a point guard can lead your team. They didn't have a dominant big man on the team. So, Isaiah Thomas deserves so much credit. Kobe Bryant was the closest facsimile that we ever saw to Michael Jordan. If you were a Michael Jordan fan, it would have been hard to not be a Kobe fan because he had the killer instinct. He responded well to failure. His legacy was always about coming back stronger. And he wanted to be the hardest worker. So it's like, if you want to understand a sport or anything, understand the history of it. You want to understand America, understand the history of it. And if we can do that, we don't have to compare anything. Instead, we can see it for what it's worth. The beauty of now. That we have all, like how you brought up the whole comparison with music. In order to appreciate now, we got to look back and say, you went down basically every popular genre of music and said, look at where it originated from.
But yeah, and I wasn't even just talking about the impact on music. I was talking about the impact on our fucking country.
Well, yeah, culture
and who
even,
we
right?
are. Like, I'm sick and tired of white people acting like they have their own thing going in this country. Like, you literally can only listen to one genre of music and not have a relationship with black culture in this, and that's bluegrass. That comes from Appalachia. Thank you. Yeah. Like, fuck off. Like, I'm done with it. Here's what I'm getting at is there is no black and white. You and I have been talking about this, and this is why I wanted to have you on the on the podcast. We've been talking about a lot tonight, Anwar, man. But the things that are important to me, and the things that are important to me right now, with the things we're going through in this country, brother, the things that make me love you as a human being, is you said something. Fuck, man. You said you're 39. I'm 36. If you're under 40, well, guess what? I don't care if you're black, and I don't care if you're white. You saw American Pie.
Exactly.
You saw Poetic Justice.
You saw Poetic Justice. You saw Boys in the Hood. I know. So what I said is, if you grew up in a certain generation, you have more in common based on popular culture that connects us all. What we experienced at that time. We talked about In Living Color. Look what that produced. Jim Carrey, the Wayans brothers. Some of the greatest comedians we knew in our generation growing up.
Yeah,
came from
an all-black show with one white dude.
Yeah, but it came from, what do you call these shows?
And then you have SNL, an all-white show with one black dude named Eddie Murphy. Come on.
Right?
Come on. I mean, come on. Let's get over this, right? Like, you and I are already here. Let's get them here. That's what I'm trying to get at, Anwar.
Yeah. So by getting over it, it's just understanding the rich history, man, behind. When we put our minds together, what we can accomplish.
And we already did the work.
But we do this by going back and saying, you know what? Maybe you don't know what it's like to eat grits, but maybe I don't know what it's like to eat fucking macaroni every day.
Right.
As the meal of choice, right?
Right.
Or maybe you don't know what it's like to eat,
and not even
liver.
the Kraft macaroni, but
like straight up as generic as it gets.
Yeah,
but maybe you know
the
what it's
dollar
like,
store macaroni.
Like the white kids I grew up around, they were so used to eating hot dogs that I learned you don't have to cook them; they're already cooked.
Right, you can literally just pull them out of the fridge and eat them.
Eat it cold. I'm like, you ain't got to cook it.
No,
you ain't gonna get sick. That's what I said as a kid, right? But didn't know. But I can tell you the same.
Because that's how poor we were. Because, dude, some of these white kids, including me, we ate raw cookie dough not because we liked it, but because we couldn't afford to run the stove and make cookies. But we could afford $3.99 for a roll of cookie dough.
Yeah, maybe the pot. And so for me, it's like, guess what?
We would buy the fucking
off.
Yeah, exactly. Right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Power was off, so guess what? You had to make do.
Right. And same thing with the hot dogs. Like, okay, well, they're going to be cold. They're not going to taste the same. But guess what? I can just literally pull this out of the fridge and eat cold hot dogs. So you know
what we're doing right now? As opposed to comparing, we're connecting. We're like, oh, that's what that means. So like Damian Marley and Nas have a great album called Distant Cousins or Distant Relatives. And basically, Nas is bringing up a city. And he's like, oh, yeah, we got this in Tibet. He's saying it in his Rastafarian type of style.
Yeah.
Right? That, oh, yeah, something like Zimbabwe. And he just keeps breaking it down like, oh, I get it. So, Senegal like Seattle. So what they're doing is they're saying it's all the same. And then they're saying lingo, like slang.
Do you know where I came to this realization where there's no difference between poor black people and poor white people? It's funny because it's the hot dogs thing. We were talking about, we were at, it was you were the manager, but you weren't in the conversation. It was me and this black girl and this other white dude and another black dude. And I can't remember their names, but we were sitting there and we were talking about the same conversation we're having now. And they talked about putting hot dogs in ramen noodles and like making it like a ghetto luxury meal.
Like what we saw on the actual illustration of the ramen.
Sure. And somewhere in the grace of conversation, the genuine grace of actual conversation, one of the white dudes, one of us, I can't remember if it was even me or the other dude, but we were like, you cooked hot dogs? Like, we just ate them out of the package. And the black people in the room turned to us and looked, and they were like, what? And like everyone in the room had a realization like, oh, we all have a different definition of being broke as fuck. Because like we all went to the dollar store. You guys were creative enough to cook the hot dogs in water with ramen noodles and the spices.
And the spices,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Our dumbasses just pulled them out of the package cold and ate them.
White kids talk about eating ramen raw. Like, come on, man, cook it.
No, we just broke off the bricks.
You broke it
them.
off and ate it. I'm like, come on, man. But understand that what we share
we're
is the struggle.
Here's the real point. White people are way less creative than black people.
Okay,
that's the moral of the story. Like, you put a white person and a black person in the same scenario, and the black dude's gonna be way more creative almost every time. Like, I would say 92 out of 100 times.
Look, man, but here's what we can all connect to. Our generation, when you look back at our molars, a lot of us have them crowned or capped because we had no idea the effects.
And even if he's not more creative.
Oh, look, dude, look. The damning effects of sugar. We didn't know. We went to the store and what did we get? We got, for $1, snack cake, nutty bar. We used to walk around with 2 liters. Because 89 cents, so you would drink a 2 liter at your guy's house, just sipping on it.
Yeah.
They would give you deals. 3 2 liters for like $1.20. Okay, all right. I'm at one today, and you drank that entire 2 liter.
Yeah.
We didn't understand the effects of all that processed sugar and what it was going to have on our teeth. So guess what? A lot of us had our molars crowned because the abuses of sugar, the lack of saliva, circulation back there, keeps dry mouth, which leads to tooth decay, obviously, right? But the understanding is we can all relate to what it was like to have $1 back in 1991 and what we could do with $1 or penny candy, right? You go down there and buy candy for a penny. You could do things with $1. We can relate to that. So we share a lot of things in common. But if you focus on like trying to compare, no. A poor white person can tell you what it's like. Like a good example is, I remember this girl, she was like, well, don't you got to cook the ham? No, it's already cooked. It's been cured. You don't have to cook it. Ham is a way to process pork. It's white meat. That pink you see, that's the curing process. You don't have to cook it. Just like that hot dog.
Wait, you don't have to cook ham?
No, it's already cooked, man.
Wait, what?
It's already cooked.
I didn't even know this.
Cured.
Oh shit! You don't have to wait. I didn't know this.
The pink element is what cures the pork.
So it's cured literally of bacteria. Via its process.
A salting process. Yeah, like a process.
Via its process.
The meat. Exactly.
Because of its process, ham is nothing more
just like your hot dog.
Than
cured pork.
So ham is not a part of the animal.
It is.
Ham is
it's a part of the animal, but how they cook the actual meat is a curing process, which gives it that reddish color you see.
So you could eat cold ham.
You could eat cold ham.
Like you buy ham,
buy it, cut it, eat it. Right.
So why do we cook it?
Why did I cook a hot dog? Because my parents did it. It was just the fucking thing to do. Right? Ritualistic behavior, right? Again, it's the same thing. Like, okay, like what we all know, like something like a bratwurst, right?
Do you realize this is the first time my mind has actually been blown on my own podcast?
I'm just saying, man, right?
No, hold on. I've known you for a long time. I've done 50 podcasts. You're number 51, by the way. Did you know that? Did you know that?
I didn't know it, but
that's a big deal for me.
Big deal. 51, man.
Dude,
51.
51 podcasts. You guys, this is a big fucking deal. This is cool.
But as you said, though,
this is the first time my mind has been blown on my own podcast. Truly. So ham is the sushi of pork.
Yeah, but sushi.
You can't buy raw ham.
But see, sushi.
Can you buy raw ham?
But ham is the process, though. It's a ham. You processed it. That's where it gets the name.
So that's why I got at. It's not just it's not just a part of the meat.
Yeah, but see, like sushi is the art of rice and seaweed wrapping, meaning The raw meat is not the sushi part.
Not real sushi.
Well, but what I'm saying is all you need is nigiri, the green.
Okay,
the seaweed.
I'm fucking this up then. One of my
sashimi is the raw meat.
Sashimi.
Right? Is the raw sashimi grade meat, right? So it's not the okay. Exactly.
That's what I was trying to say.
It's not sashimi. It's been cured already. And some bacon you buy has already been cured also.
Sure. No,
right?
I'm just catching up here.
If you want to go to Subway and get a sandwich, that's been cured. You ain't, or
so
whatever.
you can't buy raw ham.
No, you don't buy raw ham.
Like literally, when you buy ham, you can cut it cold. You can cook it. You can buy a whole ham.
Yep.
It's all the same?
Exactly.
Holy fuck, Anwar.
But you just...
Dude, I've never known this.
People want to
I've never known this. Do you realize how big of a deal this is for me right now?
But how many times, man, does your mom...
But ham's not healthy, is it?
Well, I mean, it's just cured meat. It's got the nitrates and all that
But
stuff.
pork isn't inherently healthy.
Well,
like, it's not the best thing to be eaten.
The beauty about
right?
The beauty about the quote-unquote 10 Commandments is if you understand why the rules were in place, basically a pig or a hog is the garbage man of land, right? So it has a different system for, how it doesn't eat the grassy green stuff that is highly beneficial.
Do you realize how smart I think I am and how much you blew my mind? I can't get past this. Ham. If you buy any form of ham,
you just cut it and eat it, man.
Everything's done.
It's already done.
Like a whole chunk of ham.
It's been cured.
A whole chunk of ham you would serve for Christmas.
You could.
You don't have to cook it.
No, but you want to put the pineapple on there, right?
You got to be fucking with me right now.
Okay, think about
so
this.
it's a chunk cut out from.
What do you think is different about the ham, the sandwich?
So how is it processed? Here's what I want to know: is like how do you cut the ham out of a pig, and then not need to worry about cooking it? Like what is happening in between the death of the pig and me buying a ham hock?
Okay, so processed
a whole
meat.
ham.
Okay, so check it out.
I don't care if it's sliced. I don't care if it's deli meat. Irrelevant.
Okay, hold on. I got it. So processed meat can be a meat mass, kind of
But ham has a bone in it.
It does. So it can be the rump, it can be the butt, but it's been cured already, right? Through a process that gives the meat that beautiful red, that pink color.
Sure.
So if you go to the grocery store and buy a rump right now from a pig, it's going to be white.
If the owner from Hormel is watching this, I need to come to your factory and I need to watch this.
Matter of fact, to all the cannibals, if you attract some of those guys, especially with your last conversation, man, you might be getting them erect thinking about eating people and whatnot. But I've been told, right, from these documentaries I saw.
That's a good callback, on
man. Like, but from what I've been told is that people in pork have a similarity. The meats are the same. I'm saying, hold on. I was not told that. What I saw in the documentary, I don't know any active cannibals and never met one.
Here's my big issue: is I know the reason pork is sketchy is because from the moment you kill it, literally, from the time you get it out of the woods to do what you need to do in natural circumstances, minus technology, it is the fastest to spoil and develop dangerous bacteria. So, if we're going to go religious on the bit, that was the logic as to why ancient religions banned eating pork, because they couldn't get it out of the woods fast enough. However,
it was an unclean animal, though, too.
However, minus the religious thing, it's an unclean animal, and it spoils quickly.
Okay, like, think about this.
So what are they doing with the ham, the whole ham, that allows it to get...
Dude, it's been cured. Where do you think the saltiness comes from of ham? The salt. Before people had fridges.
So what is it is it so deep inside the body that it's impervious to initial spoiling?
No, when you want to clean a wound, what will they do? Use salt, right? So salt has always been
That's how you dry a wound. That's not how you clean a wound.
So literally
that's how you dry a wound.
Guess what? Hold on, no. Guess what? You got bacteria in your mouth. What are they going to tell you to rinse with? salt water.
That's because it dries it out.
It's not the drying. It fights bacteria.
No, it's because it dries it out.
Look,
it allows your body to fight the...
how salt can also absorb moisture.
No, this is why they tell you to put sulfur on a canker sore. It doesn't actually heal it. It dries it out.
I said kill.
Right.
Kill bacteria.
It dries it out and allows your natural immune system to attack. Because you have deposits from food decay.
One way to help your gums to heal is by rinsing with saltwater solution. The salt water helps to soothe and fight irritation, gum tissue, as well as draw out infection, allowing your gums to heal.
Right, allowing your gums to heal. Okay. The key part is the end part.
I'm saying is,
the key part is the end, allowing your gums to do the work.
Oh yeah,
so you're getting rid of
your body.
It's like a
everything.
charcoal. It's like a charcoal is what I'm getting at here. Anwar, listen to me, brother. It's like charcoal. Okay, charcoal doesn't heal you if you eat it.
Antibacterial property, salt has long been used as a preservative. Salt kills some types of bacteria, effectively sucking water out of them. Because remember,
right?
To your point,
keep going. Keep reading.
In the process known as osmosis, water passes out of the bacterium so that the salt concentration on each side of its cell membrane. So in other words,
okay, so in a living organism, salt extracts bacteria.
Well, let's do this.
And
something
water.
fun about this is
hold on. Let me finish saying this. Because I'm going to sum this up real quick because I already know the answer to this. In a living organism, salt does nothing more on a wound than allow the body to do its job.
It draws out moisture, which helps.
However, in a decaying organism, read that again.
Most of these hold up. Let me see.
And this is what the point is once the carcass is dead, when you put salt on it, this is where
rinsing with warm salt water 2 or 3 times a day may help to relieve toothaches because salt water works as an antiseptic.
That's in the mouth.
Yep. So we talked about
but on a decaying
which
body,
gently removes bacteria from the infected area. So,
okay, but on a decaying body like a carcass,
preserve. I mean,
there you go, preserve. And that's the point. Which
how
is
do you preserve something. Remove the salt. Remove
the moisture. Exactly.
Like jerky. What are you doing? You're salting the meat to remove the moisture out of it.
Exactly.
Well, you have a drying process.
But my point is that's my mistake. I convoluted 2 different situations. Period. I'm just admitting fault. I'm on my own podcast. I'm admitting fault. I convoluted 2 different circumstances: a living organism with salt ingested versus a dying organism with salt compiled on it.
I mean, but to your point though, bacteria live in the ocean. So if salt water killed bacteria, right? Well, that'd be an oxymoron. It wouldn't make sense, right? Bacteria live in the ocean. Meaning bacteria can live in, but what typically things can't live out without moisture, even us, right?
That's what
salt helps to do, right?
Yep. And when you put it in your mouth on the tooth decay shit, is what it does. It dries up the scenario and allows natural immune system, immunoresponses.
Life needs moisture is what you learn. Life needs water,
including
right?
bad life.
So bacteria,
including disease
or
life,
just necessary, right? Like for instance, bacteria.
But my point is, with tooth decay, it's bad life. So salt water in the mouth gets rid of bad bacteria and allows your natural immune system to step in.
But remember, once it's gotten to the root, you got to get the tooth pulled. Right.
Well, right, but now we're just going down the road.
I get what you're saying, but yes,
right.
Like that's why you get a sore mouth, you get a sore. You want to allow,
and that's why they say right, and that's why you put sulfur. Like take a match if you have a canker sore because you've been drinking too much orange juice and you don't brush your fucking teeth enough, and you get a little pulp.
Will fuck with you.
Yeah, and a little pulp. You don't brush your teeth enough. I remember this being in 4th grade. You don't brush your teeth enough. You drink a little too much orange juice. A little pulp gets in your lip, and it eats a hole. And they say put a match on it. This is an old wives' tale, urban legend thing. No, it's real. And the reason is because when you put the match on it, the sulfur soaks up, because it's basically a charcoal, soaks up all the moisture in the area, which kills any bacteria that are living in the area that are festering that wound. and allows your natural living bacteria to come into the area and heal the wound. So you see what I'm saying, though?
Watch this, though.
Like, this is common fucking science sense.
Okay, so let's do
however, applied to an ancient thing that any fourth grader is going through right now.
But let's do this, right? So when
with
people,
a lot of F-bombs.
When people like to define this thing, when they say that they are lactose intolerant, right? What they're saying is that their body doesn't produce the enzyme necessary to
We're
break
just
down.
now getting into the good part of the podcast.
What they're saying is their body is not designed to break down or highly inefficient at breaking down the carbohydrate found in dairy. Okay? So all it means is if you don't consume it, the microbes in your stomach
I don't like the fact that I can't look you in your eyes, by the way.
Yeah, but it's helping with the smoke, trust me. You see me. We see each other, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's starting to get to me.
We're digressing. Look, man,
we're digressing. But here's the thing. Like, it's really starting to fuck with me. Yeah. I've lasted for 2 hours without mentioning the goddamn sunglasses.
We're talking 3 now. We're talking almost 4, to be honest.
Holy shit, Anwar.
Right? Okay, so you get gas, and the gas is just sulfur from the bacteria drinking and consuming the carbohydrates and going to the bathroom. So what you conclude is that if something has a scent, there's bacteria. So I say this because the charcoal, or hold up, baking soda. Baking soda does the same thing. So when you think about what's going on in your shoes, you sweat all kinds of minerals, vitamins, and then the bacteria combined with the heat, combined with the moisture, begin to reproduce. And that's where you get the odor from your shoes. So when you do things like charcoal, or for instance, baking soda. You got some stinky shoes, put baking soda. Don't buy any powder, dump a little baking soda in there and watch what happens. It absorbs all the moisture. Guess what? They can't live without moisture.
This is true. This is why any mother will tell you when your fridge stinks, first of all, clean your fucking fridge. First of all, clean your fucking fridge. But second of all, as soon as you're done cleaning your fridge, just don't even sprinkle.
Put the baking soda bottle in the freezer or the fridge.
Just get the box. Just take the box and open it and stick it in the back.
Fridge. Exactly.
Just stick it in the back. That's all you got to do.
So when you get into we talk.
Why does baking soda soak up? I'm not Anwar. I'm not holding you to chemistry lessons right now. Okay, we're not doing that. But we're talking about natural wisdom. So keep going.
So. You get into, sodium bicarbonate. For one, it neutralizes acid. Keep that in mind.
And that's what baking soda is.
Yes, sodium bicarbonate. So what I love about when you get into home remedies and things of that nature, what you see is that it's like, okay, let's think about the ecosystem. Anybody ever had a fish, a frog, a turtle? Right? Why do you get the shellfish? Because they serve as filters of the sea. So basically, when you get into the book of laws, right, it's saying it's almost like you have a different appreciation when you understand. How did they know? They knew that these crustaceans, these shellfish, they were filters. Don't eat them. Because to Jared's point earlier, they didn't have modern day fridges, and these things are highly perishable. Leave a piece of shrimp out, you know what I'm saying, for a day and a half and watch the smell. It's going to perish like that, right? And it's going to stink
right,
up.
Or even if it's just improperly cut.
Exactly, improperly cut. You name it. Right?
I mean, that's what modern day fresh sushi disasters, you see them. There's videos of them. They're like, we went out on this trip. This guy caught this fucking fish. He caught it right in front of us, and he cut it right, and we thought it was fresh sushi.
And so here's where they make
and then we got sick. But here's the thing. That fucking surface wasn't sterilized because it's on a goddamn boat in the middle of the ocean.
But wait, go into sashimi.
He cut it wrong.
Sashimi is a process.
Right.
Where the meat is frozen. I'm talking about at a temperature for like that.
Or it's truly fresh.
Well, yeah, but sashimi grade meat has to pass the test. It's got to go through a process. So if you're going to get sashimi grade salmon, which you can only get it you can't get it at Cub.
No, but if you're in Japan, like they have those restaurants in the ocean where they catch it out of the ocean, they cut it right there and serve it directly to you. But it has to be perfectly cut. It has to be handled in all the right situations.
To your point, right? Most of the bacteria is harbored on the exterior of the meat. So, for instance, Everybody talks about salmonella, right? Eating raw. You don't get it from raw. You get it from the feces of the chicken. So basically, if you were to wipe your eggs off, you could eat raw eggs. So if you wanted to eat raw eggs, it's not the inside of the egg that harbors a salmonella. It's the feces from, say, the chicken that gets on the shell. And if you come in contact with it, how can you beat that? Wash them. That's simple.
Right.
You can eat raw eggs, right? Soufflés, raw eggs. You don't have to worry about that. Like you get into meats and steaks.
Yeah, if it's, I mean, Rocky.
Exactly. So
raw eggs.
But if you clean the exterior off, guess what? You basically eliminate the element of salmonella by you wash and most of the eggs starts with an H. They've been already done that for you. Pasteurized or one of those.
Homogenized.
One of those, yeah.
Homogenized.
Yeah. Right. So that, and I could be wrong. In fact, check me if you like, but therefore,
yeah,
so
put
like
it in the comments
you
if
take a
we're
piece of steak,
speaking out of turn here.
You sear the outside of it, right? Because that's where the bacteria is. And you eat the interior because all your bacteria. So typically with meat, if you're eating sashimi grade fish, it shouldn't have a smell to it. Real good fish has no fishy. The fishy is the beginning of the process of the meat breaking down, decomposing. That's what the sin is. That's what bacteria does. It eats and it eats and it eats.
That's why salted fish is so amazing. Because it gets rid of all of that slimy bacteria.
Well, that's why salt is a great thing, right? So you let it, like typically, what do you do to preserve? Salt. That's why they use salt as a preservative. That's why jerky was more of a way of life back then as opposed to a delicacy as now, right?
But jerky's not salted.
But jerky is salted and cured. So I got a dehydrator.
Not real jerky. Real jerky's just dehydrated.
Well, okay, but
you can salt it for flavor. But you're not salting it for preservation.
Yeah, you can hang things.
Right, but right, and that's how my people did it.
They let them hang, right?
Yep,
then it took the moisture out.
Yep.
And then there you go.
Right, and you can do that with fish. And there's two ways you can preserve fish. You can smoke fish, which is dehydration, and you turn it in literally. It's crazy. If you've ever eaten dehydrated fish, it is the weirdest.
It is. I've had it.
It is the fucking dude. There's nothing on this planet like dehydrated fish. Like truly jerked fish, truly jerky fish. Fish jerky, whatever. Call it what you want. There's nothing like it. But then there's salted fish. And salted fish is a completely different animal. Have you ever had salted fish? Because salted fish still needs to be cooked or immediately eaten raw. Like you have like two barriers. So you catch a fish and you immediately salt it and like you eat it within a certain amount of hours if properly cut. And that really only works if it's like a saltwater fish. You can't really do that with saltwater fish or freshwater fish. Or you do like a long-term salting. But then you still have to cook it. Have you ever had long-term cooked salted fish? Not like dehydrated jerky fish, but like where they case it in like 3 inches of salt. And they let it sit, and they let it sit for like a day or two. Maybe even 3 or 4. And then they cook it.
Well, I mean, but no.
It's like pork.
But check
the chewiness of it, the sensation.
I need to correct myself though about this. So,
is that what you've been doing? You've been looking some shit up?
Just about sashimi. So to your point, it does matter how it's cut. So they have a process to guarantee that it's meat is sashimi ready.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
It is thin cuts and how you cut it.
That's what I thought.
Right? So again, right?
That's okay. That's what
America, we like.
And I'm not trying to be the know-it-all, but that's what I thought, you know. And I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong.
I was willing to be wrong here, right? But like, wait a second, right? So again, in that situation, in America, they have a process to guarantee it, which is they freeze it to say, hey, raw. That's what sashimi, right?
And
Raw.
yeah, that's a preservation thing for travel, if I remember
Well, no,
right.
I mean it's just to make sure to guarantee. So, like, if you're going to sell it to a restaurant, that this is sashimi grade, meaning we have frozen this at a lightning quick temperature.
Right. But the only in my understanding is the only reason that's significant is to try to preserve freshness during travel.
Well, yeah, but
so if you're in Japan, like, and you could get the same tuna, but that tuna is cut in half, and then the second half is transported to America, right? And we say, oh, it's flash frozen, FDA, sashimi grade, blah 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 blah. But in Japan, it's just like, that's just sushi, bitch.
So I made a mistake in the Philippines, right?
And I might be misunderstanding this. I'm not a sushi expert.
You're not. So
for the listeners, if anybody's listening to me, right now going, this dude doesn't know what he's talking about. Here's the thing: you're probably correct as the listener. And if you're a sushi expert, especially if you're a sushi chef, hit me up, and you should come on and school me on this. Wait, because I am fascinated by the art of this.
No. So in the Philippines, I got sick. The first time I was there was 6 weeks. I got sick, and I got sick because I ate the sushi, and I knew rule of thumb is if it smells fishy, don't eat it. It smelled fishy, I ate it. I got sick, right? So
right, because you're used to America fish, where it's like it all smells fishy.
Because I'll buy a good American salmon, right, from it, and no fishy smell. I understand how to, it's almost like your second year at I-Corps, we talked about a pear, and I'm like, dude, you understand if you just let these things go ripe? A normal pear, before I knew this, was like a cheap apple, like I'm getting tricked. Like, what is this? A fake apple?
But here's the difference. We're talking freshwater.
I know, but what I'm saying is,
you're talking white boy, Minnesota, American freshwater fish.
No, so what I'm saying
everything here smells like fish.
No, look.
But you're talking the difference of saltwater fish. So for the listeners that don't understand the distinction, everything he is saying has nothing to do with northern bass, sunfish.
No, they all smell.
Everything smells like fish if you're living in our region.
But when
what he's talking about is sushi.
Tuna.
Tuna.
Your salmon, right?
Well, salmon can smell like fish if it's freshwater salmon.
If you get a good cut of salmon, you will smell no. If it's been like freezed, or what do you call it?
Properly freezed,
right? Or
flash frozen.
What do you call it? Where it's almost it's dried in a bag. I mean, like in a package. They call it something freeze dry. No, it's not freeze dry. Where they've taken all the air out of it, and it's almost like in a airtight plastic sort of.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So when you open those up, a good piece of salmon doesn't smell fishy, and what you can do, believe it or not, is rinse it. It
still smells salmony. It still smells fishy, but I know what you're talking about.
When I go buy my salmon, I understand what to look for. I'll pick it up and I'll smell like, nope, get that one right there.
Yep.
Right. So, but if you smell that, you can literally wash it off in the sink and get rid of the smell.
And since we're talking about salmon, if you're buying store-bought salmon from the grocery store, the pink is added. Do you know that?
Well, it depends.
No. Any salmon, listen to me. Any salmon bought in America that looks pink or orange.
From the beetle blood, the beetle crap they put in, the same with the steaks.
It's a dye.
Yeah, which comes from beetle. This dye they get. They do the same with steaks.
Yep.
Right. That's why your steaks are all red. And it was like I'm like, that ain't no blood, man. That's
some of it. Yep.
Yeah, but
steaks are a little more transparent because you can get steaks like legit.
Out. But when you go to a halal market,
yep.
Right, and you get an actual steak there, you got like a day to eat this thing, because what happens with blood normally?
It coagulates.
Exactly, and it turns brown, right? A darkish
black,
color.
Blue, brown. Yeah. Sure.
Right. So when you buy the halal steaks, for one, they're smaller. Two, the marbleization is a lot better. It's more consistent. The animals have been fed a high corn diet. But three, you only have a certain amount of time before the meat turns brown, which in some cases people welcome that, because when you get an aged steak, it's a brown.
Yeah, but and America, you let it, dude, and you let little tiny like vague.
You want the bacteria.
Vague shades of green.
Mold.
Like almost like this steak is almost rotting. Almost.
It is rotting. That's the whole process.
Like, here's the point: is 6 to 12 more hours, and this steak is dead.
Dude, you got steak that's been there rotting, like dry aging for a month for some of these.
You can even just let it sit in your package in your fridge.
Yeah, so I'll do that with my steaks because it's a delicacy.
Yeah,
let it age.
Yes,
because you want the
only friend.
rigor mortis. No, that's stiffening.
Shout out to Mark Barr. Shout out to Mark Barr, my homie who used to live with me. He's the only dude I've ever met. And I'm going to tell you right now the secret to making the best steak out of a cheap steak. You buy a steak, the cheapest steak you can at the grocery store, because that's all you can afford. Okay?
Tenderloin.
Whatever it is.
Sirloin.
Doesn't matter.
Cheap steaks that they're not really tender.
Whatever your budget is. You got $4. Okay? You go into that section and you find the fattiest. So the marblest, what you mentioned earlier, the nastiest, it looks like it's got a bunch of yellow in it.
I love the fat.
You have to, you need that because that's your flavor, okay? And then you buy it and you let it sit in your fridge until that fucker is almost showing almost shades of green. Not green. If it's green, it's too late.
Well, you can shave the green off, believe it or not.
But regardless, that's only a matter of how it's stored, how well it's packaged. So you're playing a game here, and when you want to get it ripe, you're talking a period of 6 to 12 hours. So you're like playing a game here with $4, and if you do it right, and you let that steak get almost green, and then as you're cooking it, you just keep adding butter and more butter while you're cooking it. You fucking tip the pan. You scoop up the melted butter with the melted fat from the natural steak. You pour it on top. And then when that steak's done and you pull it off and you set it on your little thing, I want you to grab a couple more slices of butter. And I want you to set it on top and sprinkle whatever your final seasonings are. Whatever you grilled it with, whatever you fucking did it with, whatever your combo is, have a little bit extra, fresh, non-grilled seasoning, and let that fucking butter melt and drip into that steak. And I'm telling you, you can take a $4 steak, and if you have the patience to wait, I'm telling you, you can turn that thing into an $80 steak from a restaurant, and then you grab a little bit of mushrooms and some garlic, and you do the whole thing with it. Oh, Anwar.
Okay, so one of the things that happens when you
and some asparagus.
You can't get me excited about steak, but I love steak.
Some
man.
asparagus on the side, bro. Oh, dude, you got to come over during the summer.
Look,
fuck this steak shit. I'll cook you some wings that'll ruin your life.
So, dude, check it out.
I'll ruin your life with some buffalo wings, bro.
I want to add to so basically when you allow the steak to age, what happens is the bacteria begins to break down the proteins, which is what tenderizes.
Yeah, go ahead, be a scientist.
Well, I went to cook school in the military.
Yeah, do it. I'm not mocking you. I'm saying do it. Be a scientist. Like, explain what I just explained in a like sensual.
No. I like the
keep going. Keep going.
I'm a big fan of cooking with the butter. Right. Anybody who says you don't know, use butter. Right. Butter is man. You want to add flavor to something. What I'll do with my steaks is I'll cook it on the cast iron skillet. And then I'll take just a tablespoon of butter and just let it just melt, and then put it in the oven. Take it out, chop some onions up. Same thing. Just I'm a steak guy. I eat steak probably 3-4 times a week. Love it. But yes, like the aging process is something like he said with a cheap piece of meat. Let it break down, and I'm saying you can even let it last longer. Let it sit in there for a week. If you see anything, and the best way to do it is put salt on it to dry the moisture out. Take some chopsticks, right? Put them on a kind of a plate, and let the juices drain. Raise and elevate the steak, and let the salt take it out. And literally, you'll take a cheap piece of steak, and let those proteins break down, and you'll tenderize it. Good stuff. So yeah, man, we really.
You ever seen this guy? Let's wrap this up. We've been going a long time.
Yeah, it's almost dinner time. I'm going on 20-some hours without any food in my system. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do that, too, yep. I can't, I'm on a fast here, so I'm not even going to watch because it's killing me right now.
This guy. Oof. This shit. Like, I'm trying to teach my wife how to cook steak, and she's getting pretty good.
So, yeah, that's the cast iron right there.
Right?
That's all you need. Let it rest. Okay, hey, look, man, I just told you I have not eaten. I haven't had a meal. I haven't had solid food in my system.
Anwar's really upset right now.
No, I'm not hurting. I'm telling you.
He's really upset. He's really upset. All right, man. Listen, let's wrap this up.
Stay tuned for the sports podcast, guys. We are 3 very passionate fans. You're not going to find more passionate fans that are going to deep dive and give you information about the Vikings, about what we see. I want to go ahead and give a shout out to my man Jared Canner, aka Beretta. I gave him the nickname Beretta back when he worked.
No
for
one
me.
knows me as Jared Canner.
Oh, Jared Sanger, aka Beretta. I gave him the name because if you understand the potency of what a Beretta can do, that's what he did on the phone. So he earned the name Beretta, and he came in with a Velcro kind of a brown blazer. He was on one of his before hipsters were a thing. He was rocking some hipster type stuff. Right?
I was cool before it was cool.
Yeah, he had a hipster look going on. Had
before it was cool.
The 5th grade or 7th grade math. What is it? Geometry teacher came in with the corduroy brown blazer with some what do you call them, elbow pads. He would rock that, right? But it was cool.
But at night I was in a metal band.
Yeah, but that was his
ruining families.
So he predicted the Vikings would go 7-9, right? And if you look back on one of our sports podcasts, and he told us exactly what would happen, happened. Just when you started to get hope as a Viking fan, as Viking fans plural, they did exactly what he predicted. And he predicted it for the same reason that we talk about. Don't allow your emotions to cloud your view of reality. Stay focused, stay balanced.
Elaborate on that, though. Because we did multiple casts on this. Phone calls.
We had to.
We hung out, watched Vikings games.
The first thing we had to do was
we predicted.
We had to look
pre-season.
At it from if the Vikings are a great organization, which we concluded they are, contrary to all you fans who are bandwagon fans who don't believe it, who are just looking for them to fail so you can say, "Ooh, you failed, I hate you." Okay, you're not a real fan. Okay. Because being a fanatic to something means you're going to watch it regardless because you are a fanatic. You can't be a casual fanatic or casual fan, oxymoron. But we looked at it and said, we have a conclusion. We think that the Vikings have they're a good organization. We've gone through X amount of coordinators and for all the right reasons, and they found a way to always put together wins. And if they're going to win, here's what has to happen. X, Y, and Z have to happen, and that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. We needed all these things to take place. We needed to find an identity. You know what the identity was this year? Offense. Even with the horrible offensive line, one of the worst I've ever seen, and we're going back to the Sam Bradford days, they found a way to put up to put up the Brett Favre-led Vikings offense. They put up those types of numbers, believe it or not. So secretly, and the last time I heard a story like this was the 83 Bears, or the 82 Bears. They had this. They fired everybody, but they decided to keep their defensive coordinator because secretly they had one of the best defenses, although statistically they had one of the worst offenses. Well, this year I'm saying leave it all intact. You have a great offense. Add some pieces to that offensive line. Get your guys back. And he said it before, and I'm going to say it with him. 14-2, no less than 12-4 next season.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, because people aren't understanding what is going on with this organization. They're not seeing the foundation that is built. 2 or 3 years ago, we watched Mike Zimmer say out loud, on camera, on microphone, for the world to hear, hey, listen, we're just now starting to build an offense.
Just now.
We're just now starting to worry about the offense. They already had. Listen to me. They already had Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs. They already had Adrian Peterson and Dalvin Cook. Believe it or not, on the same fucking roster. That was a thing. For one split second.
Yeah, and then we traded AP.
Yep. For one split second. People aren't getting it. Rick Spielman has fucked up
like every
twice. Once, Matt Khalil. Twice, Laquan Treadwell. Okay? Now listen to me, because you're not understanding. As Vikings fans, you're smart. You're passionate. You believe about this team. I spent season ticket money. I was there for the inauguration of U.S. Bank Stadium. I watched Jordy Nelson score the first touchdown in front of my eyes. I watched the Vikings turn around and win that game. I watched the Minnesota Vikings do one of the most insane things in Super Bowl history, which is finish one game away from hosting their own Super Bowl. I melted down more than any of you.
And stay
tuned. Did you see that clip I sent you of that Steelers guy breaking down and smashing the ladder through his TV?
You got an iPhone?
Of course I got an iPhone.
So whenever you send me a video from it, the resolution always comes out terrible. So I could barely make it out.
Well, if you just click the link and go to actual YouTube or Facebook, you'll see it. But regardless, my meltdown was better. Okay, so I don't want to hear about your suffering.
I'm hoping that and when we do this sports podcast, the first thing we do is we show that clip. Because this is the
clip. You mean those clips?
We'll combine and make them one clip. But I want you to understand, this is how the Phoenix rose from the ashes, because that's what happened. Because he burned every piece of his memorabilia, and for whatever reason, he chose to throw in not his purple, okay, not his purple and gold. No resemblance to Viking memorabilia, but he threw away his fire starter.
It was purple.
Maybe it was.
It was purple.
But it was by coincidence. Right? For whatever reason,
we will play this clip.
He didn't feel like being bothered with that either, so he made the executive decision to throw it in the flames also.
The reason this is so infamous will come to light in the future. The point is we're relaunching the Sportscast. We're renaming it. I think it's official.
It's official. Let's do it.
I think it's official. We're going to name it the Sportscast Extravaganza or the Extravaganza Sportscast. We don't know what we're doing. It's going to be on this channel for a while. I'm very excited to announce this. It's going to be me, Anwar, and Scotty Ball.
Scotty.
It's going to be formal.
You made it this long.
It's going to be formal. We're going to do the damn thing. I just don't know how we should say it. Is it the Extravaganza Sportscast? Or is it the Sportscast Extravaganza?
Stay tuned.
Because the logo's ambiguous.
Stay tuned. We will cross that bridge, people, but you're going to have to subscribe for that channel to understand the greatness that's about to take place.
That's true.
Stay tuned.
We got to figure it out.
Let's rock and roll. Let's wrap it up. I got a week.
All right. Thank you guys. Like, subscribe. You know the drill. Seriously,
do me a favor. Yep. Really quick. I've been an all natural lifter my whole life. I know you don't see veins popping out of my shoulders and my neck, but what I can tell you is if you begin to subscribe, to the channel that I'll be creating, I'll give you lessons on how I did it and help you as far as what you can achieve by unlocking the natural potential of your own body.
And that's something we're legitimately talking about together.
We'll get the flex too.
Hold on.
Get the bicep flex in there.
Oh, there
Right.
we go.
I don't
Do
I
your
don't-
other arm.
I
Do
don't
your
know
other
if
arm.
this is if these are strong or big biceps.
Turn it. Turn it. There you
what
go.
Direction?
To your left.
My left.
Oh,
Right.
to your right. Now talk.
Okay. All right. I'm done. But
Oh, we
regardless,
missed it. We missed it. You gotta
this
gotta
is all
talk to change the
homegrown,
mic.
All natural. I don't want to hear about genetics because I didn't look like this 6 years ago. But
No,
I
he
made
looked like me. He
that's-
looked like me.
That's also not true.
He looked like me.
I never looked like that.
He believe it or not, 20
I don't know
years
why
ago.
he's using some weird voice. Like,
Believe it or not,
hey,
believe it or not, 20 you sounded exactly like me. That's a great impression.
I'm good at doing that.
Believe it or not, 20 years ago, he looked exactly like me. He was white, he was skinny, and if you subscribe to his upcoming channel, someday you'll be big and you'll be black. That's a fact. That's not hyperbole. That's a reality. Like he was literally a 120 pound. I'm 180 pounds because I'm taller, but he was a 120 pound year old white dude like
I think
9 years ago.
120, like the 6th grade, maybe. Somewhere
Yeah,
around there.
and he was white. So if you want to be big and black, like just
Dude,
like
you understand how out of place and ridiculous this shit sounds.
why do you hate white people?
On that note, guys, we're gonna end the show.
Anwar doesn't hate white people. Anwar is the least racist black dude I know. I love him. He's literally one of my brothers. I love this guy from the bottom of my heart.
And if I wasn't fasting, I'd be drinking with him too. But I'm on.
I wasn't even going to try to get you drunk. I just wanted you to take a couple
yeah, but
sips
you know
with me.
when you're on a grind, I'm good.
No,
Nothing
I
right
feel
now.
that, dude. I did a sober October.
Yeah. No.
Once?
Yeah. Once.
No, thank you guys.
Thank
Seriously, we're doing a whole thing here. We're building a community. This is the Minneapolis scene. We got fitness trainers, we got vets, we got life coaches, we got musicians, we got comedians. We're done with this failure mentality. We're done. It's over. We're building something. It's going to be great. Subscribe now. We're using my channel as a hub for now, but start following here because as these guys build their channels, we're going to diversify and we're going to build a community.
And I'll give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, for all the right reasons.
Yeah, and we're going to do like a gym thing. When Anwar launches his own channel, this is my favorite thing. We're going to do like a gym thing, and I'm going to be his Conan O'Brien, and he's going to be The Rock. And it's going to be hilarious because look at my noodle arms compared to his Hulk Hogan 24-inch pythons.
I don't know they're 24 inches, but they're, I know.
I think they might be 24 inches. I have a tape measure.
Yeah,
I have one. I have one.
Either way.
All right. Love you guys.
Yes.
Like, subscribe, share. You have no idea how much it helps. Subscribe. Seriously. We need subs, views, likes, shares. Tell everybody about it. Blah, 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 blah. You know the drill. We love you much. We're out.